the work. Personality generally implies to all what is unique about us and individual, the characteristic that makes one stand out in the crowd. That means, and you must have seen it. So for example, now when you are attending in an electronic environment, had you been in a offline mode, you would have found that out of the crowd, there might have been a few people who are registering their presence better than many of the people who are the part and parcel of that kind of a program in which they are. This is that they have certain kind of unique traits in their personality that they are being identified as one unique as compared to others. Since the problems are the part and parcel of life, and it is the way in which one deals with them that determines what one is going from strength to strength or weaker to weaker. Thus, in order to develop a healthy and popular personality, one should look deeper and deeper into positive thinking. That means when we talk of personality development, our focus is on the vibrations which generate in us the kind of energy with positive mindset. We have to stop. No passage is to be allowed for the negativity to come and flow in your mindset or your life. Now, mantras for the personal development. When we talk of the mantras for the personal development, there are certain kind of mantras which one would like to keep in the life and one should try to have in the life. Say for example, one should start thinking that I believe today is my lucky day. We have to stop murmuring. We have to stop always saying when the people say that the today is not my lucky day, I am so fed up, life is not going well, and I have a lot of problems at my office, problem at my family, problem in my friend circle, problem in the country. Every time they are cursing the situation by using one pretext or the other. That should be left out. You have to remind yourself and you have to always believe that today is your lucky day. I am grateful for every opportunity life has given to me to learn and develop. My dear friends, we when we look at the entire world, we find we are much better as compared to lakhs and lakhs of people in the society. There are people who may be placed better than us, but that does not mean that looking at more successful people as compared to us, that should start developing the negative feeling in our mind and thinking that the God has not given to us. Look, the people have reached to that top level. I would have also reached to that top level, but the God has not helped me. This kind of feeling need to be stopped immediately, feeling which you are going to destroy your daily life on the basis of what kind of negativity and negative thoughts are flowing in your mind. It will hamper your body language also and your health also. You should also feel, I am an honest and sincere person. Why don't you think that you are an honest and sincere person? Are we there to receive this certificate from anybody else who says that you are honest and sincere? Your soul is the ultimate authority which always makes you realize that, look, whatever I am doing honestly, I am doing sincerely. And this is what is needed when you are working for an organization. If you are feeling from the core of your heart that whatever you are doing, you are honest in performing your task for your organization and you are sincere, then you need not to bother, you need not to worry what people says about you, because people has got the attitude in general to criticize the people surrounding them, and that is none of our business to give up before them simply because of the kind of strategies the people do try to hamper you, do try to let you down. I have a healthy body which I will take care of. Now see that every one of us has certain kind of illness in our body. We are living in a kind of environment. We know we are facing pollution. You know, we do not have purity in our foods and other things. Even the air what we are getting, that is also is not that good as is needed of, particularly in people who are living in urban states, big towns like Delhi, Madras, Calcutta, where the pollution level happens to be very high. But that does not mean that whatever problems you are having in your body, you start cursing yourself and you are always taking the pretext that since I am not healthy, since I am ill, so I am not able to really do my work, I am not really to perform my task. See, we have to learn the art of living whatever the state of health the God has given to us. I am compassionate towards others. That is another important aspect, that you have to take care of the other people, try to understand them, respect their feeling. I appreciate constructive criticism to help me learn, to develop my skill. See, it is not always that the people who are criticizing you are your enemy. Sometimes the healthy criticism has to be considered in a positive way. Nindak ne de rakhiye. The Kabir has said, see, the people who are your good friend, people who are really affectionate, people who loves you, sometimes when they find that something is wrong in you, they try to point it out. You should not take healthy criticism, the criticism against you. That should be taken as platform, as advice to remove that kind of negativity, the kind of lacuna of that your personality, and develop your skills to do best. I am full of love. Yes, that is very important thing, that you always feel like that I am full of love. I love people, I love environment, I love institution, I love youngers, I love everyone surrounding me, and that is why I am a human being. I am a man. I have given the mind. I understand what is what, and therefore I am the person who is lovable, and I am the person who loves others. I am kind and generous. You should always feel that you are a helping nature person. You are always helping the people. Your kindness is the trait of your personality, so that you understand the problems of others. I have seen the people in the society, when their problem is there, then they feel that their problem is on the top. But when we find that our problem is nothing. Find some time to go to hospital, find some time to go to Shamshan, and you find that you are better place. Your problems are nothing. The people are in a much more worse condition, and they are living their life. And this is what we must understand, that yes, I am so kind and so generous. I am dependable and ever ready to help others. Your behavior should give impression in the environment in which you are living, that one can depend on you. Sometimes this is a kind of a situation that a child is in your arms, and when you are pushing the child in the air, he laughs. How do he laugh? Why he laughs? Because he has confidence in you that you will not allow him to fall and get a destruction, get something happens wrong with him. That kind of dependency you should float in the environment before your subordinates. Your subordinates should understand with your behavior, okay, look, my boss is there. Likewise, your boss should also depend on you, thinking that, look, Mr. X is there, so I am free. I need not to bother. He will handle the task. He will handle the work. He will do his best. I have faith in myself. When you are performing the task, never think of that you will not be able to do it. You should have confidence. I am not saying that you should have overconfidence. Only I can do it, overconfidence. But when you feel I can do it, then it's the confidence, and you must develop it. That should be the part of your personality. I have faith in others. You should also not think that everybody is bad in the society. You have seen that there is a saying of a Mahatma, बुरा जो देखन मैं चला बुरा ना मिले कोई और जो दिल खोजो आपनो मुझसे बुरा ना कोई. See, we should always think of that the people who are surrounding me, everyone is very good. They are faithful. They are good people. They are doing their best. Try to understand in the environment they are working, and then you should behave like. Traits of personality development, there are certain kind of features, certain kind of skills which need to be having a person so that Mr. X or Mr. Y is rated as a full personality person, absolute personality person. And these traits includes leadership style, communication, interpersonal relationship, developing positive attitudes, self-improvement, self-esteem, planning for team building, time management, motivation, productivity, conflict resolution, stress management, and last is lifelong learning. Let us discuss each of them one by one. Leadership style. My dear friends, leadership style is the process of social influence. Now, when we talk of the social influence, what we are trying to communicate? We are trying to communicate the ability that you are able to win over the confidence of the people for which you are leading. You are leading from the front. You are influencing the people with your attitude, with your style, with your skills, with your communication, with your body language, with your behavior, with your knowledge and whatnot. And when you do this, you find you will have your followers. You find you will have your followers. Now, the second is communication. It is the ability to communicate well that distinguishes one individual from another. Now see, I have seen in my life, and unfortunately, and maybe my librarian friend will agree to it, that despite of the fact that the librarian is considered to be the jack of everyone, jack of everything, but still because of lacking in communication, he himself find some time to establish himself unique and identical in the academic environment of the academic institution like college or a university, simply because his poor skills in communication. Communication does not mean that you should command in English language only. Whatever language you are speaking, maybe you are speaking Hindi, maybe you are speaking Punjabi, maybe you are speaking Haryanvi, maybe you are speaking any of the language of the world. But what is needed is that whatever you are communicating, the communication message should be louder, clear to the audience, and the people who are listening, you understand what do you mean and what you want to communicate to them. This kind of communication skills help you to really establish yourself as a unique person in the entire crowd. One good way to determine how you communicate well, you need to work on, and one of the finest ways that you have a videotape, you have few different conversation with friends and listen and then find that what errors you have done in your communication, in what way you would have been able to improve upon your communication, what would have been much more effective and impressive thing which you could include in your communication and so on. So for example, you see, are you speaking clearly so that others can understand your message? Whenever you are speaking, your subconscious tells you what mistakes you are doing. Even I am delivering lecture, and when I am having display of my PPT on the screen, the photograph of myself and Seema Chawla and their name are being displayed, which is disturbing my screen for understanding whole words appearing before me. So I know what I am saying something, there is a lack in communicating it. That is known and that is being realized by me, by my subconscious, that need to be updated, that need to be improved next time to come. And therefore, you must speak clearly and understand whether the message is loud or clear. Can you tell if the receiver understands the message you are sending? What signals did you receive that indicate understanding? The people who are interacting with them, the people you are interacting with you, their face impression makes you realize that whatever you are saying is understandable or not. That signals you have to understand very well to improve your communication further. What non-verbal messages are you sending? Your body language, your functioning of your hand when you are pitching your speech, delivering your talk, delivering your message, communicating the entire body language, the actions which you are having, all are non-verbal messages which you are floating and you are trying to communicate what is what. Do you offer feedback when the other person is speaking? That is another important aspect. You should offer the feedback when the other person is speaking. You should tell that what you could understand and what you could not understand. You should be bold enough to come forward and share with that the things which have been delivered to you had certain kind of lack of understanding, and so that when you leave the place, you are a absolute understandable person to that kind of an environment in which you spend your time in listening the audience, listening the speaker. What do you notice that could improve your communication? As I told you, that your subconscious tells you that these are the errors which you have done while communicating. You can improve it by realization. To achieve the fruits of the interpersonal relationship, that is another trait. To achieve the fruits of interpersonal relationship traits, one should always be cheerful, should have sense of humor, and has to be tactful while handling the others. See, when we are interacting with the other people, our face, our smile on our face must be of that level that the person to whom you are interacting, the person to whom you are communicating, that fellow feels sense of realization that you are keenly taking interest in him. And that is why your cheerful personality, your smiling face, your tact to handle that situation helps you to establish yourself as unique one. In addition, empathy and sympathy. Tact should be also the part of human being to be personal, having qualities of maintaining good interpersonal relationship. Now, when we talk of empathy, I am sure that many of you are aware of the term empathy. It is something that you feel yourself in a kind of the situation in which somebody is passing through. You just imagine that, say for example, if somebody is ill or dreaded ill is there. Say for example, somebody is passing through the trauma of coronavirus, hospitalized. Think of what kind of pain and what kind of stress, what kind of threat of life a person who is seriously having an infection of COVID-19, hospitalized, nobody is there, family cannot be there, son, daughter, wife, any relation, they are all away from you. You are fighting yourself for your life. Just think that in case if that would have happened with you, what would have been your state of mind? That helps you to understand empathy. Sympathy, again, is very powerful element of your personality, that you should always be sympathized with the people who are suffering on one account or the other. Further, cooperativeness. politeness, patience, enthusiasm, dependability, etc. are some other traits which makes you stronger in maintaining good interpersonal relationship. Developing positive attitude. Doctors have found that there is a very strong connection between our mind and body. Your attitudes can dramatically affect your health for good, or conversely, your body can help you to develop better attitude. Next time, feel negative, try the following. Whenever you are in a state of negativity, you should try to have what? Smile. एक बार मुस्कुरा कर देखें. Always have smile on your face. You might have seen the movie Munna Bhai, and there you have seen that Dean, whenever he would have been a much more stressed and tense, but he would like that tense should not appear on his face, and he tried to be cheerful, try to give the smile, try to maintain that kind of face impression which doesn't reflect that he or she is under tension. Sit up straight. Sit up or stand up straight. Whenever you are in stress, you try to stand up and have your straight body, and try to keep your shoulder back, and try to throw out the negative feeling coming. Try to grab the positive vibration in your body language. Take a deep breath and let it out slowly. लंबे लंबे सांस लीजिए, गहरी सांस लीजिए. Take long breath and then keep it out slowly. You find that your body, which has got little stress, is getting stress, releasing gradually, continuously, slowly become normalcy in your behavior. Focus. Think about your goals and dreams, happy incident, or look at pictures of beautiful scenery. Focusing on is negative increases stress, but thinking positive thoughts and looking beautiful scenery triggers the relaxation response. Take care of yourself. Feeling unwell often makes things seem worse. Always thinking that you are not fit, you are not good, you are under stress, you feel that the things have gone beyond your hand, you cannot improve now, nobody will be there to help you or rescue you. Forget about all these things. Take care of yourself. अपने आप को improve कीजिए, अपने आप को इस लेवल का बनाइए, अपने आप को इस तरीके से डेवलप कीजिए. Develop yourself to the level that you feel independence in yourself. Self-improvement. Steps in processing of planning for self-improvement. Develop a realistic vision of your future. Analyze the personality that you are envision and bring specific goal focus. Then identify specific measures, objectives of each goal. Plan the accomplishment of the objectives. The vision of yourself in terms of self-improvement goals and objectives describe you want to happen. The action plan describe how you will be able to make it happen. Develop your success identity. Your action plan will improve the action. You remember this: self-improvement, not a goal to attain. It is a process that continues as you grow in the environment and you become the best person that you can be. Self-esteem. Start knowing yourself by yourself. अपने आप को पहचानिए. Realize yourself what you are, what you can do. अपने potential पहचानिए. What is the strength in your personality? What is the weakness in your personality? What opportunities are surrounding you? What challenges you are going to face? And how much able you are to face the challenges and overcome the kind of problems under which you are floating, you are facing. Physical appearance. You should be look stout. you may be having some problem, but still your body language that should give an impression that you are very active, you are very stout. Athletic skills. A person should have little art of showing the athletic skills. Sometimes you are a good carom player, sometimes you are a good jumper, sometimes you have certain kind of skills of playing of some games and all. That helps you to make you understand that you are something different from others. Romantic appeal. Your actions, your body language should always give impression to the people in the environment in which you are living, that you are a very calm, cool, and comfortable and charming personality. You are always lovable. You see that the people are getting attracted from you. That kind of personality you need to develop. Ethics and morals. That is very, very important thing. While you are behaving, you should keep your ethics and morals very high. You should not do anything which is unethical. You should not do anything which makes make people laugh on you. And therefore, the ethics and morals need to be very high. You should not do anything wrong. You should not be dishonest. You should not be doing anything unfair, and you should not adopt any unfair mean while performing certain kind of tasks or duties. Mechanical ability. Sometimes you find that you're sitting in your office and your plug is not working, or something has happened, that you should be able to make use of screwdriver and other thing. If something not that big, and if you are able to screw the wire and screw the what you call the screw the table or chairs screws, that can help you to make people understand that you are having a little more ability as compared to the others. Sense of humor. You might have seen people create an environment of happiness, laughing environment. Their sense of humor is that they speak, that the people laugh. The entire environment laugh on the kind of a statement a person has given. That kind of sense of humor creates you unique among the others. Artistic talent. You may be a good singer, you may be a good dancer, you may be doing certain kind of things which is something different from the others. So some kind of artistic talent, if you have, that is the bonus for your personality. So what do? Celebrate strength and accomplishments. Change the way you talk to yourself. Accept responsibility for your actions. Be sure that you are not setting your standards unrealistically. Remember that beating yourself up for your weakness is self-defense. Instead of running yourself down, set goals for strengthening those. Forgive yourself for your mistakes. Strike a balance between focusing on improving yourself and focusing on the needs of others. Keep in mind that being kind to others will help you feel better yourself. Don't be defensive when you hear criticism. Look forward and accept it. And then try to do what people are making a criticism of a particular task of yours. Never give up on yourself. Never surrender. Keep on fighting, because you can do it. Always think that yes, I can do. Yes, I can do. So whatever difficult task you have in your hand to perform, whatever difficult environment in which you are working, whatever tightness you have the resources to help, but you should not forgive, you should not give up. You should try to manage the thing within the resources available and try to achieve your goals. Planning for team building. Planning for team building. The key characteristics of team building are: have definite and periodic sessions on relevant issues. It's very important. Periodic session, discussion with your subordinates, discussing with your superior, participate in it, give your own version, share with, have logic to convince your authorities, convince your subordinates, convince your superiors that why this task should be done, why this task should not be done, why it is important, why this strategy should be adopted, why one should be put on this kind of a job, what are the good skills and traits of your subordinate, why one should be put on one certain kind of a task. Say for example, as far as librarians are concerned, I would like to share with you two good examples. There are people whose writings are not good. Now it's the era of computerization, so that problem is over. But I am remembering those days when the computers were not welcomed in the libraries and the work was done manually. The person who was to do the entry in the accession register when the books are being purchased, if his handwriting is not legible, he would have not been able to do the task very well. At the same time, if your behavior is not good, if your language is not soft, if your attitude is not good, then you would have not been the best person to sit on the issue and return counter to handle the public. That kind of a thing, they always help you with periodic sessions and discussions to know which staff can be allowed to sit at what place, what kind of job one can be given. There is a person who is very good in public relations, so he could be put on interlibrary loan. He would have gone to some libraries and manage other things and bring all your interlibrary loan document. But if a person who is not good in public relations and goes over there, nobody will entertain him, and his task of going over there will become futile. So it all is depending on your periodic sessions and discussions to help you what to do or what not to do. Listen to all members and encourage them to suggest the way to overcome the problem. Consider using an independent internal or external facilitators. Allow all levels to join in as equal and to avoid it feeling supremacy or subordination like. Never think that you are boss. I have seen people who have bossism in them, and because of their bossism attitude, they become egoist. They do not want even to listen healthy thing. They do not want to adhere to the suggestions which are healthy one. And because of that, what happens? That the institution suffers. That the institution suffers because whatever good things have been suggested by subordinate or by anybody else, they are not been adopted. And because of that, what is happening? That the efficiency get deteriorated. The effectiveness of the work get deteriorated. Be brief, using a predefined process that highlights the workplace parallels and allow the participant to extract their own learning rather than be preached to. Jabardasti, you should not try to what you call, you should not create pressure on a person simply because you are a boss. Try to understand. And if that fellow is able to convince you that this kind of a job should be done like this, you should keep your ego away and then listen coolly, calmly, and find it out. Okay, yes, that may be the solution. You all may be nowadays, I'm sure, you all may be seeing a serial Ahilya. Now you have seen in what way that small girl has been conquering step by step everyone. Even her mother-in-law has now come and standing at the back. Even her own husband, who was very reluctant of, and he was not ready to accept of, he has also started helping. People have started realizing that she is outstanding, she is highly capable, and that is why the path for learning, studies, education, everything has been opened. And the way she is handling the task, the way she is helping the administration, and in the yesterday's episode, she has shown the ability of controlling the kind of governance which are taking place in there. This is always what? It is not that a smaller person can not do wonders. Yes, your subordinate can do wonders. So you should have an open eye, you should have an open mind, and you should encourage the people. Use a proven mechanism to transfer the learning back to workplace.
Not audible.
Ideally, within the briefing process itself. आप अपने आप को अनम्यूट कर लीजिए, प्लीज आवाज आ रही है आप में से किसी की. Time management. Time management is a set of principles, practices, skills, tools, systems working together to help you get more value out of your time with the aim of improving the quality of your life. The time management is a set of tools which allows you to. Time management is very, very important aspect. You have only 8 hours to work in your office. You have 24 hours to manage your entire life. In a day, there are only 24 hours. Even God cannot change the 24 hours. 24 hours means 24 hours. You have to manage entire task in the 24 hours. And therefore, the time management is very, very important task. How do you manage the time? Eliminate the wastage. Find it out कि किस काम को कितने समय में किया जा सकता है और हम किस काम में कितना समय बर्बाद कर रहे हैं. You should eliminate the wastage of time. Be prepared for meeting. You are going to attend the meeting, you are going to participate in the meeting, but you are not well prepared. You should not, you do not know what is the agenda. You do not have the data on the basis of which you have to make an argument. You have to present yourself. So prepare for meeting. Refuse excessive workload. This is also in management. This is very, very and vital important thing, that what I have seen, that the person who works, the officers try to put every kind of task to him or her. So we should also develop the ability that you should not accept each and everything, so it becomes overload. If the work is overloaded, then certainly your performance is going to be hampered. Monitor project progress. If you're working on a project, and if it's a time-bound project, you should keep on monitoring it very minutely and see the flaws, the weakness, and try how you can boost up the project, and what are the weak areas and what are the strengthful areas. You should identify and take the decision accordingly. Allocate resources appropriate to a task important to perform. Ensure that long-term projects are not neglected. Plan each day efficiently. You should have a document in your hand. If you do not want to put everything on black and white, then at least in your sub mind, you should plan, today I am going to office and these are the kind of tasks which I have to perform. And then see, when you leave the office for that day, you should be able to understand that these were the tasks which I had to have, and how many tasks could be performed and which tasks could not be done, and if they could not be done, why they could not be done. If you evaluate it, if the self-evaluation is taking place, that will help you to improve the task. Plan each week activities effectively, and to do so simply with a little self-discipline. Motivation. Motivation is the activation of goal-oriented behavior. Motivation may be rooted in the basic needs to minimize physical pain and maximize pleasure. A recent report by the National Institute of Mental Health suggests that there are two kinds of achievement motivation. One is interesting motivation, that is the desire to do something because you want to do. That means your willingness. You are willing, and therefore you are offering that I will be able to do this work that may be assigned to me. And another is extrinsic motivation, working on a task to obtain rewards or avoid punishment from sources outside yourself. So you can do, say for example, I have seen when I was assistant librarian in IIT Delhi, I have seen there were people who were reluctant of not doing their job. One way would have been issuing memos, creating problem, creating pressure, having the yardstick of hooking them, but that always not work. The persons who are demotivated, the persons who are reluctant of not doing, maybe there may be some personal problem, some genuine problem, and there may be something that something had done in your life which should have not taken place because of the egoistic attitude of the past officer. Try to evaluate the situation and then motivate them to work. And I have seen and I have improved and I have proven in IIT Delhi that there were people who were reluctant of not doing. At the end, they become one of the best workers. I would have been able to give you the example and would have shared with you what I did and what they were doing and how they become one of the best workers of IIT Delhi Library. But that this is not the platform to discuss all these things. How to create self-motivation? You willingly perform the task that are assigned to you. You arrange your duties so that the work is completed within time after the assignments have been made. You take great pains to be accurate because mistakes are very costly. You take pride in your work. When you take interest in doing your task, you are always doing the task with a pleasure, and then you are able to finish the task in time. You are able to finish the task efficiently and effectively. Productivity. It ensures the job done perfectly and accurately, which is possible only when you are able to concentrate on helping learners become good workers. In addition, you should be able to communicate to the subordinates to remove their stress and motivate them to perform the task with full zeal, commitment, and devotion. I have seen many times. I myself had been for 10 years a practical librarian in IIT Delhi, and I have seen that until and unless you talk to your subordinate. मनोज, मैं अभी एक लेक्चर दे रहा हूँ, उसके बाद मैं बात करता हूँ. So when you talk to your subordinates, you try to win their confidence. They feel that your boss is showing his concern. He does not want to supersede you. He does not want to hook you. He wants to listen your problem. He wants to remove your problem. He wants you to help to come out the kind of problems in which you are facing. This communication with your subordinate help them to come out from the stress, and you are able to motivate them, and that help that they develop the zeal, commitment, and devotion to do the work. Conflict resolution. It is normally in Indian environment, the conflict between the staff, subordinate to superior, superior to subordinate, is a very common phenomena which is being seen. So what do? Remember these points as you think about conflict. Number one, conflict is destructive when resolution of the conflict ends within with a winning and a loser. Now, we should not work on the task of that one is going to win, one is going to lose. The conflict has to be removed because the conflict environment never ever lead and open the path for productivity, and therefore the efficiency and effectiveness is completely gone. Conflict motivates behaviors, and when it forces us to do things that do not want to do, it can be destructive. Conflict can help us from doing our work or feeling good about ourselves and others. Conflict can be destructive in proportion to the importance of the goals of the individuals. Conflict can be destructive if the individuals involved act aggressively or they accuse each of other causing the problem. We have developed the tendency of making others responsible for the destruction for the task unperformed. We do not try to find it out. Are we responsible for it? Could we do something to see that if the work is being denied or if the work has suffered because of the conflict between the two. As an officer, you should try to give ear to the problems of the people. You should understand why the conflict is taking place. What is the problem of the staff? Are their problem is genuine? When they are raising some issue, are the issues are genuine one? And if the issues are genuine one, you should give the ear honestly and try to find out the solution to the problem. Stress management. Stress management is the amelioration of stress, and especially chronic stress, often for the purpose of improving everyday functioning. Stress produces numerous symptoms of vary according to person, situations, and severity. These can include physical decline as well as depression. Basically, stress is what? Stress is a normal part of life. हम में से none of us can say that I have never faced stress. We experience the stress even on small terms, on small events. If we are late, we have stress. If we are not finding our dress in our cupboard, we are having stress. If our laces are not working, we have stress. If the tea has come outside the Vigona, this is stress. But not everything. In a small task of your life, you do something and you invite the stress. Has good and bad implication. It has good and bad implication. Biological response to our environment. Flight or fight responses, physical and mental reaction, financial hardship, and common stressful events are why we have stress in our life. The common events are moving. You are moving from one place to another place, or you have been transferred from one section to another, or you have been transferred from one state to another one. Stress comes. If the new boss is appointed, you do not know what kind of a person he is. You are always anticipating that he may be a good person, he may be a bad person. You are unnecessarily inviting the stress. Changing job, if the job is changed, the challenges come. The new job, new environment creates stress. Losing a job in case, and you have seen that the COVID-19 has been a subject of thousands of people who have become jobless, and certainly they might be passing through a big stress of their life because their livelihood is on stake and they do not know how to survive and sustain without jobs. But if some child has taken birth, again a stress started, how he will be growing, what would his needs, how will be, whether I will be able to fulfill them or not. All these kind of thoughts start in your mind. Child is not doing anything, it's a very small one, but you are hypothetically creating situation yourself and thinking something or too much that creates stress for you. Death, if somebody die, again the stress starts. Breaking up relationship, your friend, now you have some conflict and therefore you have been separated. Separation of wife with husband, separation of friend, separation of fiancé or whatever, that create problem. And financial hardship, that is very, very important aspect. If you have financial problem, if you have scarcity of fund, if you are not able to survive and sustain because of money, the stress is bound to come. Then what to do? Stop for a moment, especially when you feel your muscles tightening up, and take a few deep breaths. You may even want to post a sign that says breathe in large letters. Do a relaxing exercise. आप काम छोड़ के आंख बंद करिए, थोड़ा गर्दन घुमाइए, लेफ्ट राइट रोटेट करिए गर्दन को, थोड़ा हाथों को घुमाइए, थोड़ा सा भगवान को याद कीजिए, स्टार्ट रिमेम्बरिंग गॉड, थोड़ा सा अपने अंदर अपने आप को रिलैक्स कीजिए, अपनी सांसों को कंट्रोल कीजिए, अपनी ब्रीथ को कंट्रोल कीजिए, that will give you relaxation. If your work situation allows it, take a power nap. That means you can get little keep yourself away from the working environment in which you were working and you got this stress. Lay down, totally relax for a minute. अपने कुर्सी के ऊपर ही अपने अपने गर्दन के नीचे दोनों हाथों को लगाइए, आंखें बंद कीजिए और थोड़ा पीछे को मुड़ जाइए. Have a backward bend, and then you will find that your body and your muscles are getting relaxed. Find time outside your work to do something that you enjoy. I have seen, and you have seen in private and corporate sectors, there are carom, there are small other exercise units. You are able to keep out the stress over there. You have tea club. You can sit over there, you can have a coffee, you can have a tea, some snacks, some biscuits, and you are out of the stress which you have because of the working conditions. Leave your workplace briefly for a brief walk or other vigorous exercises. Find a quiet place to read a magazine or a novel during the break or lunch of your choice. If possible, have pictures of peaceful scenery for meadows, mountains, visible or accessible. This mini vacation your eyes in a powerful inducer of the relaxation response. Look up. ऊपर की तरफ देखिए, आसमान की तरफ देखिए, अपने ध्यान को केंद्रित कीजिए, अपनी सांसों को केंद्रित कीजिए और अपने आप को रिलैक्स कीजिए. Keep something humorous on hand, such as book of joys. Laughter is great medicine to help us relax. ऐसे एनवायरनमेंट में जाइए, कुछ ऐसी हल्की बात कीजिए, कुछ ऐसी इवेंट को याद कीजिए जिससे आपको हंसना आए. You are laughing. Laugh, remove the stress completely. Lifelong learning. A professional need to be the part of an environment which extends him. See, lifelong learning is a kind of a situation where until and unless you are living in a wrong wisdom or a misunderstanding that you are absolute, your knowledge is complete, then you are living in a wrong notion. Every bit of moment, every second of your life, something can happen in your life that will become a source of learning something new thing. You sometimes learn from your subordinate, sometimes you learn from a child as well, sometimes you learn from the environment, sometimes you learn from the birds, sometimes you learn from the animals and whatnot, because learning is always an ongoing process and you should not give up of learning. Every second, every bit of time, you find that something surrounding is happening which was not known to you, and therefore you are enhancing your knowledge. Therefore you are finding that you have gained something which you didn't have earlier then. So lifelong learning is very important aspect. The opportunity to be a lifelong learner, it is imperative for a professional to meet the information requirements of varying clientness to justify their responsibilities and working. Hence, he or she should strive hard, enhance knowledge, and polish their skills to provide state-of-art services in the ICT environment. I do not know whether my statement will be acceptable by the participant or not. I have seen that majority of us has left our reading interest, whatever the reason would have been. Maybe the ICT application, maybe the Google has stopped us to go to the library. The kind of pleasure, the kind of feel you have when a book in your hand and you are reading, and you are reading in a very comfortable posture. A book is something, somebody asked, what is a book? And a beautiful reply was given by somebody in a selection committee. He says that book is a kind of a gesture which you enjoy, you attain pleasure even while you are laying on your bed. आप अपने बेड पर किसी भी करवट में होकर किताब को पढ़ सकते हैं, लेकिन आप कंप्यूटर का इस्तेमाल नहीं कर सकते हैं, आप किसी ऐसी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक डिवाइस का इस्तेमाल नहीं कर सकते. सो डेवलप द हैबिट ऑफ रीडिंग. Read. I do not know how many of you read the newspapers. Newspaper is a source of updating your knowledge. The news channels, lot of news channels are there, lot of garbage is there, lot of certain things which are politically motivated are there. You should be able to filter them, and you should get out of the discussion, you should get from the news to only that portion of the news which is healthy, and you feel that it should be making the part of your knowledge. And if you are doing it, you find that slowly and gradually your knowledge is increasing. Whenever you are in a public environment, in an environment of discussion, and when you discuss and when you share the data, when you dominate over there, you find that the kind of knowledge which you have gained over the years by using different kind of information resources, maybe by going to library, maybe by reading newspaper, maybe by looking into the TV news channel or reading on internet and whatnot, you are becoming a strong personality. You are becoming a knowledgeable person. Your confidence level is enhanced. Your perception is enhanced. Your skills are improved, and you are finding yourself as one unique out of the crowd. We are reaching to the stage of its conclusion, and we can say that the personality development is one of the most essential part of any human activity. Being and do matter for successfulness in any of the profession. As far as organizational management is concerned, it seems to be much more needed as the professionals working in different environment have to deal with different people having different personality traits. This area has become more challenging in the ICT environment, as the ICT skills alone is not the solution to the problem, but effective and efficient organizational management. Now, just a minute, look at it and find it what is being displayed. What it says. It says, if you can stay positive in a negative situation, you win. This is very, very important and vital component of your life. Everybody has problems in one way or the other in our daily life. None of us has got birth in a situation where nothing negative happens in our life. Sometimes we are jobless, sometimes our increment is not there, sometimes our promotion is not there. I have seen, and you know, every one of us is facing. In University of Delhi, the present Vice Chancellor had been the source of inspiration for everyone, that the backlog of 10, 12 years, people were waiting for their promotion. And the past 2-3 Vice Chancellors, they did not do anything. But this makeshift arranged Vice Chancellor who was the PVC earlier, Professor Joshi, he has done wonder. He has identified the people whose promotions have not been done in departments and colleges. And marathon, every day there is a selection committee. Everybody is getting promotion in a very, very dignified way. Promotion is something that motivates the person. All the negativity goes out. The Vice Chancellor has realized it. And the Vice Chancellor was working in adversities. What a kind of a turmoil which took place. Every one of you, if you people read the news, if you people read the newspaper, or if you people are in a WhatsApp group or on Facebook, you would have found that about a year back, what has happened? That the office of the Vice Chancellor was divided into powers. And there were a lot of turmoil which took place. And that was the negativity situation for the present Vice Chancellor. But he was a strong man. He was a hardworking person. He was sincere. He was knowing what he has to do. He knew what I have to do and what will be done. So the smile on the face of teachers, smile on the faces of staff should come. And he found that the people who are suffering on account of non-delivery of their promotion, if their task is taken, if the promotions are being given in a dignified manner to the staff members, the faculty members, then the cheerfulness of the faculty members will come. They will be happy. Their body language will be different change. Their positive attitude will come back. The productivity will be enhanced. And this is what is being seen, that even in a COVID environment, I do not know what is happening in other universities, but in University of Delhi, the online teaching, online learning, online examination, online meeting, and everything is in full swing. We have conducted examination, we have taken our classes, we have admitted a student in online environment, and the University of Delhi is doing very well in a COVID environment, which has adversely affected the entire society, entire nation, and the adverse impact can be seen globally. But then we have not stopped. Show must go on, and show can go only because if you can stay positive in a negative situation, you win. If you have to win, you have to be positive even in a negative situation, and you need not to give up. You have to see, yes, I will be able to conquer this. Nobody can beat. I will be a successful person. This task in my hand, and I will do it and perform it. And there is one more saying I would like to share with you. And that saying is, never stop doing your best just because someone does not give you credit. We should not do work simply because we want to get the credit of it. That should be your own satisfaction. If we have got the job, it is our prime responsibility that we should do the justice with our job. We should do the justice with the salaries which we are getting. We should not forget that the kind of salary which we are getting from our job, that is the basis for the happily living of our family. Our family grows, our bread and butter comes from the kind of job which we are having. Therefore, don't do the things that you don't stop doing the work thinking that you are not getting the credit of it. No, credit is something which may be a sense of your own realization. You need not to get the certificate from every one of you until and unless you are not aware of that your own Atma Avlokan, self-realization, that gives you much more pleasure, that gives you much more encouragement that you are doing honestly, you are doing your best. So my dear friends, with this, I would like to stop my lecture. Thank you very much. And now I open the floor for questions answer session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now the session is open for any questions or discussions. Participants are requested to please pour in their comments or any questions.
Anyone, please?
Technical team may please unmute the participants.
Done, ma'am.
Any participant wishes to say something?
One question in the chat box, please check.
Okay. Sir, Garima Mohit Jindal is asking how to take a... So there is a question in chat box.
Hello, Narendra, how are you?
Sir, namaskar, sir, pranam. I am fine, sir. And you explain in a wonderful way that, sir, and you told that what we have to do just to get the energy from our working environment as well the personal also, sir.
Mr. Chauhan, frankly speaking, I am the very poor person. My knowledge is not even accurate.
Hey, wonderfully you explained, sir. Wonderfully you explained, sir, and we gained a lot from your lecture today. What we have to do and what we have not to do.
So nice of you. So nice of you. Thank you.
There is a question in chat box. When others sometimes try to pull you down. How to tackle these situations when people create obstacles for you?
See, madam, this is a general tendency when you are getting progress in your life. The people create hurdles in your way. So if you indulge yourself and if you allow yourself to be grabbed from the negative or kind of strategies which they are adopting to pull you down, that means that you have allowed them to pull you. What you have to do is that you have to see that you should not play in their hands and in their strategies, and for that what is needed is that you should not indulge yourself in the conflict resolution. I have told you that the conflict has to be avoided as much as possible. Sometimes you praise your enemies also. When you praise your enemies, you low down them. So it is kind of a tactics which you sometimes avoid. Even if you can keep your enemies silent, that is your success.
Wonderful, sir.
Poonam Chaudhary ma'am wants to say something. Please unmute her.
Pardon?
Poonam ma'am, please.
हेलो
जी
हाँ जी नमस्कार भट्ट साहब नमस्कार
नमस्कार बेटे नमस्कार
हाँ जी मैं पूनम बोल रही हूँ बहुत बहुत आपका धन्यवाद आपने जो लेक्चर दिया है बहुत ही अच्छा दिया है हम सभी
Poonam bhai, my class fellow, and I am so lucky that my friend still remembers me and is joining the program. अरे पूनम
सर आप तो हमेशा की सर मेरे को 2 लाइन बोलने दीजिए आप तो वो पर्सनैलिटी है सर जो कि हमेशा जो एक बार आपसे मिलेगा वो कभी आपसे भूलेगा नहीं और आपने जो लेक्चर दिया है सर आज आपने जो लेक्चर दिया है वंडरफुल लेक्चर है ऐसा लेक्चर तो मैं ऐसा नहीं कि मैं आपकी क्लास फेलो हूँ इसीलिए मैं बोल रही हूँ ऐसा नहीं है आपने जो लेक्चर दिया है हम ये लाइब्रेरी साइंस का 2 दिन से सुनकर मतलब थोड़ा सा जिसको कहेंगे कि सेम टॉपिक के सुन के थोड़ा सा बोरियत हो आपने एक एनर्जी आज पार्टिसिपेंट में न्यू टॉपिक को लेकर और जो ये पर्सनैलिटी डेवलपमेंट पे दिया है एक की साइकोलॉजी के जो प्रोफेसर जिस तरीके से एक्सप्लेन करते हैं वैसे ही आपने बहुत हर पॉइंट को आपने नाइसली में एक्सप्लेन किया है और सभी पार्टिसिपेंट के लिए और खासकर मुझे तो बहुत ही नया कुछ सीखने को मिला है आपके लेक्चर से और धन्यवाद सर इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ
हेलो
Good afternoon, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good
morning, sir.
Question.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. मैं प्रेम के यादव
मुझे सुनाई दे
हेलो
जी
हाँ सर नमस्कार हेलो
जी
सर मैं सर डॉक्टर एम के यादव असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर इन फिजिक्स जेसी बोस यूनिवर्सिटी फरीदाबाद
ओके
सर मैं एक चीज पूछना चाह रहा था सर वन क्वेश्चन व्हाट इज द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ CI or CID number for us faculty
पढ़न आपका क्वेश्चन मुझे क्लियर नहीं हुआ बेटे
मैं सर ये कह रहा था जो OR CID नंबर जो है उसके लिए जो है फैकल्टी के लिए इसका क्या इम्पोर्टेंस है
ऑर्किड नंबर सर ऑर्किड नंबर
हाँ
sir but sir orchid number he is asking about the orchid number which is a unique ID for when you send your manuscripts for publication the scopus and web of science
I am not understanding the term I told you that everybody is not the expert of everything which is happening in library science and our today's topic is personality development and what he is saying something related to some database management or something else so I am sorry I do not know what term you are using and in what context you are asking all these things if any participant knows about what this gentleman is saying please reply
okay sir okay
Orchid yes
Hello.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Good morning, bete.
Sir, I want to ask a query related to team building. In your team, there are all type of people. Some are leg pullers also. So how to handle basically them when they don't want to work, and
What
others
happens
also
is, I
will.
tell you, madam, what happens is that you have to first yourself to become a model of it. What happens is that the bosses feel that since we are officers, so our job is not to perform the task, our job is only to supervise them. This kind of feeling is very wrong. We should not work absolutely in the Indian environment. We should work thinking the kind of culture the Western world has given. No, there is no bossism. So you have to be a role model yourself. I give you one example. As I told you that when I was in IIT Delhi, there was a person who was reluctant of doing the work. And I motivated that fellow by listening his problem, and his problem was that his earlier bosses has destroyed his CRs and other thing. So the reason was that there was a politics, and somebody who was nearer to the chair was trying to let down that fellow. So he stopped working. When I took over as head of the department of that section in IIT Delhi, I started learning what other things were happening in his life, and ultimately, slowly and gradually, I win over his confidence, and I tried that he should start working. He should start taking pleasure in performing the task, and the kind of comments which were rated in his CR, they were got corrected because he was genuine, and ultimately he was motivated and he started working. That is one. There was a lady who was good for everything, good for nothing. She was not doing any work. She had a breast cancer. When she was admitted in hospital, I used to go to hospital every day after 5:30 and releasing his son and the daughter, and they would have gone for 2 hours and they prepared the food for the other family members, and they would have come back. This treatment of 1 week had created a lot of respect for me in the lady. When the lady came back after the operation, and she became the lady who was not doing any work, become the best worker of the IIT Delhi library environment. This is why, because you have tried to handle the situation, you have shown your sympathy and empathy with your subordinate staff and making them realize that your boss is all for them. What is happening is that we want to serve only. We do not want to really give ear to understand the problem of our subordinates, and that is why a conflict between the boss and the subordinates take place. So you have to be a role model yourself first. Then you can expect from anybody else to work for that.
Sir, thank you for your nice answer. One more thing I want to ask here, that as being junior, if you want to do something and your boss will not help you in doing that work, and even he creates problem or obstacles to do in your work by giving wrong feedback to the higher authorities, then what should be done? Because you are not able.
एक चीज तो आप ये याद रखिए मैडम, कि यदि आप छोटी छोटी बातों को लेके भी अपने बॉस के पास जाएंगे, अपने सबऑर्डिनेट्स के, तो ही विल स्टार्ट डिसलाइकिंग यू. दैट इज नंबर 1. नंबर 2, इफ बाय योर इंटरेक्शन with by your good behavior, your motivation, using all tactics, if you are not able to get the fellow work, then there is a theory in management, hire and fire. Then you have to have a disciplinary action against the fellow, because everybody is not ready until unless he or she is pushed, and that is why the rest decisions against the staff is also to be taken. So you should be mentally prepared as an officer to initiate a disciplinary action against the person if that fellow, despite of your all efforts done humanly to get the person at a right path and make him realize to do the work, he failed completely. So hire and fire kind of a strategy. Then as per the rules, you have a red book in your hand. That is the book of your statutes and regulations. Under that, you can initiate the disciplinary action against the person. And I have seen that the moment you start taking the disciplinary action against the person, बड़े-बड़े फन्ने का ठीक हो जाते हैं, छोटे-मोटे की तो बात ही क्या है. Anything else?
Pankaj Agarwal sir wants to say something.
थोड़ा जोर से बोले, तेरे पास आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
Sir, sir, I am Pankaj Agarwal. I am working in civil engineering department at this university, D-Crest Murthal.
Okay.
Sir, your lecture was very much wonderful, and this is the thing which we people are generally not getting in the teaching. So actually, that is required for the teaching, and we can become the role model for the coming generation, and we can present such kind of things before our students, and that the message will go much longer way. So another thing which I learned from you is that once we become a participant in the activity, like you told that when we do the things by our own, our earlier Vice Chancellor, sir, Mr. Chehal, sir, so he used to say, because I am in civil engineering and I have also taught the architecture students 3-4 years. So he used to say, मैं बच्चों को मिट्टी में सना हुआ देखना चाहता हूँ, मैं बच्चों को मिट्टी में सना हुआ देखना चाहता हूँ। मैंने सर I was developing a construction yard at that time. Construction yard में हम बच्चों से चाहते थे कि अपने हाथों से वो ईंटें लगाएं, अपने हाथों से वो चीजों को स्किल को करके देखें। तो हमने उसको डेवलपमेंट में किया था, और बच्चों को धूप में दोपहर के 2 बजे, जून के महीने में 2 बजे धूप में मैं भी खड़ा था और बच्चे भी खड़े हुए थे, तो वी वर डूइंग सम एक्सरसाइज। तो अपने हाथों से जब काम करते हैं, वी लर्न समथिंग एंड वी आल्सो कन्वे द मैसेज। तो मैं भी गंदा हो रहा था, बच्चे भी गंदे हो रहे थे, और वी वर लर्निंग ए लॉट, एंड बच्चे दे वर आल्सो एंजॉयिंग विद मी। सो इफ वी गेट इन्वॉल्वड,
एक्चुअली क्या होता है, जब आप आपकी आत्मा, आपकी सोल ये कहती है, when your soul is saying that you are honest and you are doing your job with your all best, then you need not to get the credit from anybody else. Unfortunately, what is happening is that the authorities are surrounded by the people. Unnecessarily they misguide the authorities, and normally मैंने ये देखा है कि कुछ authorities कान के थोड़ा कच्चे होते हैं. They do not have a filter mechanism. See, a good vice chancellor would get his team involved in getting the feedback from the other, but he should use that feedback or information after filtering it. Those who are doing it, they are considered to be the best vice chancellor or best administrator. Those who are weak in their ear and they immediately सुनी सुनाई बातों पे action लेते हैं, that they destroy the environment. As far as today's lecture is concerned, you, me, and every one of us is very thankful to Matt Singh. The program is something on the faculty development. I being the professor of library science, should have been asked to speak something on e-resources, e-resource management, the kind of e-resources available, or certain kind of other thing. I am basically the expert in the field of marketing of LIA products and services. I wish and I would have been happy to deliver talk on it, but he said that I want something new topic for it. Is it possible for you to do something new? So I suggested, if it is okay, if you want a new things to be spoken, your participant belonging to different category, they are librarians, they are faculty members, people from abroad as well. So it is better to let us talk on a topic which is totally neglected in the curriculums of all the disciplines except of psychology. It's a pure psychology area, and I feel that if you have, these are very small things. If you build up all these things in a personality, you are certainly going to be unique among the others. This is what I try to my best.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, sir, you are very right, and you have given such an insight to us that we will carry the message long way, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, another incident I want to share, that once I was working with some German professor and scientist, and he was something 72 years old at that time, and at that time I was 38 or something. So we were working together, and I saw we were developing a model of solar cooker at that time. So he brought the material from Germany, and we were doing the work. So what I saw, and I got inspired from him. अपने हाथों से, by his own hand, he was using all the tools, drill machine at the age of 72, by sitting on the ground, by laying on the ground. And at that moment, myself, my director of my research institute, and all my fellow colleagues, so all we got involved, and we did everything by our own hands, sir. So we learned a lot, and that kind of this message, if we just transfer to our students, so they will work in the same way in the industry, and at that time I think the messages will be much more clear, sir. Sir, we have learned a lot from, and I just recalled that these things can be done, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. So nice of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
May I have words with Meher Singh? Meher Singh is there?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am there, sir.
Meher? Hello?
Yes, sir.
I will send you some questions as you wanted in the evening. चलेगा?
No problem, sir.
मेरे को भी एक मीटिंग के लिए प्रोसीड करना है, तो मैं थोड़ा माफी चाहूंगा और
I should say something.
मैं सिर्फ माफी चाहता हूँ अगर कुछ चीजें शॉर्ट कमिंग रह गई हो और कुछ लोगों ने एंजॉय ना किया हो, तो आई एम सॉरी फॉर दोज पीपल. I tried my level best to just do the justice, but you know that everybody is a human being. I am also not absolute. On my part, I tried my best, and I am sure and I am hopeful that majority of you may be enjoying. And if you have enjoyed, there is one saying in management: if you are satisfied, then tell the others. If not, tell to me. So this is the kind of basis. Thank you very much to all of you. So great that you have invited me. I'm so grateful to Meher and the other organizers that this opportunity was given to me to share my viewpoint on a very burning area and rather reluctant, rather neglected area, which normally the library professionals do not have opportunity to listen on these kind of areas. Thank you.
Dr. Bhatt, I should say something, please.
Pardon?
Seema ma'am, hand over to Seema ma'am.
Yeah, please. Sir, please just give me 1 minute to thank you for the very great lecture, sir. Thank you for giving a great start to the day. And certainly the lecture was an additional value to the FTP, and your presence added to the value of the FTP. And your tips. Yeah, sir?
Yes. I should say something, ma'am, please.
Yes,
First of all, you cover yourself.
So I would say, sir, I personally picked up many things like self-esteem, self-motivation, self-realization, and sir has very beautifully elaborated all the different traits of personality, of positive attitude and self-improvement, and ultimately the day is full of positivity for all the participants, and all of them are motivated further. Thank you so much, sir, for spreading your
Professor Bhatt, thank you very much for giving wonderful and excellent coverage on the personality development mantra for the librarians, faculty and scholars for achieving their efficiency and goal by giving the practical example of day-to-day life and mantras for developing positive personality by given various examples like child or many other examples, and the traits for the personality development explained by you in detail in a such very effective and efficient manner, like leadership style, communication, interpersonal relationship, self-improvement, time management, motivation, stress management, and lifelong learning. Sir, I hope our participants, academicians will definitely benefited from this mantra to improve their personality and skills, which will help in to them for achieving their more efficiency and goal in day-to-day life. I express my sincere thanks, sir, for you for sparing your valuable time from your busy schedule to deliver this expert talk in this FTP. And thank you very much, sir. So nice of you. Now I hand over to Ma'am Seema. Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, there is a hand raised for Bhavya ma'am from some time. Bhavya ma'am, can you please say in 1 minute?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm Dr. Bhavya Mukhi from MMPG College, Fatehpur. And it was really nice, sir. आपको सुनकर हमने भी कुछ टाइम पहले एक सेमिनार करवाया था और जिसमें डॉक्टर जितेंद्र बत्रा ने सेम टॉपिक पर रोल ऑफ पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट इन स्टूडेंट्स लाइफ के ऊपर अपना लेक्चर दिया था। और आज आपका व्यू पॉइंट सुनकर और भी बहुत अच्छा लगा कि और सर टीचर्स की क्वेरीज सुनकर ये लगा कि ऑल ऑफ अस आर सेलिंग इन द सेम बोट, चाहे वो किसी भी उसमें काम कर रहा है। और ये चीज बहुत हौसला देती है जब ऐसे ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म्स पर अच्छे स्पीकर्स से ये चीजें सुनने को मिलती हैं। और आपने एक नई इसको दिशा दी है, जिसमें हम यही कहते हैं कि जैसे डॉक्टर बत्रा ने तब कहा था, और आज मैं मतलब रिपीटेडली जब भी मैं ऐसे लेक्चर सुनती हूँ तो मुझे लगता है कि हमारे को अपनी लाइफ में स्वोट एनालिसिस करते रहना चाहिए, क्योंकि हम कॉमर्स के हैं और किसी की लाइफ भी परफेक्ट नहीं है, चैलेंजेस हर उसमें मिलते हैं। और लेकिन सर पॉजिटिव रहने के लिए कोई मंत्र हो तो वो बताइए।
देखिए, पॉजिटिव रहने का मंत्र सिर्फ यही है कि एक तो सबसे बड़ी बात तो ये है कि ईश्वर में आस्था रखनी चाहिए, एक ऐसी अदृश्य शक्ति जो हमें कहीं ना कहीं इस बात का एहसास कराती रहती है कि मैं हूं, आप वरी ना करें। तो अगर आपका फेथ गॉड में है, अपने पेरेंट्स में है, अगर आपके पेरेंट्स का आशीर्वाद आपके साथ है, अगर आप बड़ों का सम्मान करते हैं, छोटों को प्यार करते हैं और समाज के प्रति अपना धनात्मक दृष्टिकोण रखते हैं और जीवन में ईमानदारी के साथ अपने काम को संपादित करने का प्रयास करते हैं, तो ये पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड पर्सनालिटी का खुद में खुद डेवलप होना शुरू हो जाता है। और बस सिर्फ इसमें क्या है कि आपको अपना कम्युनिकेशन इंप्रूव करना है। आप यदि अपने कम्युनिकेशन को जितना बेहतर कर सकते हैं, अगर आप उतना करते जाएंगे और ये सारी चीजें अपने साथ रखेंगे, तो निश्चित रूप से आप समाज के अंदर अमंग द क्राउड यू विल बी कंसीडर्ड एज वन स्टैंडिंग ओवर देयर।
सर एक चीज कि आपने जैसे जो हम भगवान के या अध्यात्म की बात की है आपने
जी।
Sir, personality is something, that's what, there is a conflict, whether is it personality related to the inner self or the outer, कि आपकी जो looks हैं, because many places you are rejected just because you don't look or you are not presentable.
These are the traits of your inner sense which comes out when you are behaving. Your behavior, your personality, inherent traits reflect in your behavior. I would like to sum up by giving one shloka of Sanskrit. The shloka says, "Mane manusyanam karnam bandhaya moksho, bandhaya vishya saktam mukti nirusham mane." मतलब मन ही मनुष्य के बंधन का कारण है और मन ही मनुष्य की मुक्ति का कारण है। और जो व्यक्ति अपने मन पर काबू कर कर अपने आचरण को अच्छा करता है, अपने समाज और अपने देश के प्रति सद्भावना दिखाता है, वो ही सर्वोच्च व्यक्तित्व है, वो ही बनना है। और इसीलिए कबीर ने कहा, मन सागर मनसा रहरी, बूढ़े बहुत अचेत और कहत कबीर ते बाँचे जिनके हृदय विवेक। मन एक सागर के समान है, उसमें हमेशा जैसे सागर में लहरें उठती गिरती रहती हैं, ऐसे ही मन विचलित रहता है, मन में उठती बढ़ती रहती हैं। यदि आप पॉजिटिव माइंडसेट के व्यक्ति हैं तो नेगेटिविटी जो आपके मन में बार बार उभरती है उस पर काबू पा लेंगे और आप देवता तुल्य हो जाएंगे, अर्थात आप संभाव हो जाएंगे। और जब आप संभाव में होते हैं तब आप निश्चित रूप से समाज का और देश का उद्धार करते हैं। मेरा ऐसा मानना है।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सर। मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि डिस्कशन सेशन तो जैसे सोने पे सुहागा हो गया है सर। बहुत ही अच्छा रहा और मैं कहूंगी कि अब सर कह चुके हैं, सर 2-3 बार के सर को प्लीज आप सर की ईमेल आईडी आप सब नीचे देख सकते हैं, अवेलेबल है rakeshkumarbhatt@yahoo.co.in। आप लोग प्लीज सर, मैं आपसे बिना पूछे सॉरी बोल रही हूँ, आपकी परमिशन से कोई आपसे कांटेक्ट करना चाहे तो कर लेगा।
नो प्रॉब्लम
सर को हम रिलीव कर सकते हैं अभी।
मोस्ट वेलकम।
थैंक यू सर।
Thank you,
very
sir.
much. So nice of you.
Okay, so nice of you. May I have your permission to leave now?
Yes, sir, please. Thank
Best wishes for the grand success of your program, Meher. You have done a wonderful initiative, and I am sure that you are so hardworking, so sincere man, so sincere, committed professional. Your program will have milestones to come.
All these possibilities come, sir, because of you and blessings also in the profession, sir.
So nice, sir. Okay, thank you and धन्यवाद, नमस्कार to all of you. Thank you.
Namaskar, sir. Now, dear participants, please stay connected. I hope you all have filled the feedback form for the session, and I hope you enjoyed the session. That can be seen from the comment section also and from discussion session also. Please fill up the feedback form and please do join for the second session on or before 11:55 p.m. Thank you so much. a.m. Please do join till 11:55 a.m. Thank you. Huh?
Hi, good afternoon.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, hi, good morning.
The technical team is requested to make sir co-host. Please, sir has done. Needful has been done. So, may we start the session, sir?
Yes, this is what I'm here for. I really hope that I'm on time. I keep
Yes,
myself. Yeah.
you're on time, sir. Thank you so much. Uh,
I have one request to all my fellow colleagues here. And the request is I want them to switch on their cameras. I want to talk to them, not to their names and DPs. So may I humbly request if all my learned colleagues can just keep your videos on. I'm sorry, it's not right on my part to just coming like that and say that, hey, I want to have you on the screen, but this is how. Yeah, thank you so much for your cooperation and understanding. Thank you so much, Dikras team. Like, you can begin the session now.
yeah. So, good morning, sir. On behalf of DCRUST and the faculty training program team, I welcome you, sir. And the participants are eagerly waiting to listen to you. But before that, I would take just 2 minutes from your schedule to give a brief introduction about our esteemed speaker to participants. Um, so dear participants, we are in the day 3, session 2 of the 1-week online FTP on research methodology for librarians, faculty members, and research scholars. And the program is being organized by University Library, Deen Bandhu Choturam University of Science and Technology, Murthal, from 5th to 10th July. On day 3, session 2, I invite Dr. Sudhir Rana. Dr. Sudhir Rana is Faculty of Marketing and Strategy at the College of Healthcare Management and Economics at Gulf Medical University, UAE. He holds PhD degree with the Ministry of Human Resource Development Scholarship from Government of India and postdoctorate from Putra Business School, AACSB accredited, Malaysia. He has set in high standards in academics and research. Dr. Rana has been associated with Fortune Institute of International Business, India, and Maastricht School of Management, Kuwait. He has delivered 100 plus workshop sessions, keynote speeches, and webinars. Sir has launched and chaired doctorate program at Fortune Institute of International Business. His research area is consumer behavior and emerging markets. His research is published in the Journal of Business Research, International Journal of Emerging Markets, Journal of Promotion Management, among others. He is a well-known scholar and editor in the field. A few stories that he turned around include the progression of the journal FIIB Business Review, which is the most preferred journal from SAGE. He holds the position of senior editor with the International Journal of Emerging Markets and South Asian Journal of Marketing. He is also founding series editor of Advances in Emerging Markets and Business Operations by Taylor and Francis, and an upcoming series review of management literature by Emerald. So this is so inspiring. And with this brief, I know this is a very brief CV of Sir for a quick sharing. And without coming in between the participants and our speaker, I invite Professor Rana for his talk, sir. Sir, please.
Thank you so much, Madam Seema Chawla, for introducing me to my learned colleagues. And thank you so much, Dr. Jitendra Kumar. He's a lovely friend of mine, like brother. Thank you so much for having me here to share whatever little I have learned. Like I requested, may I request my colleagues if they can come on screen? It'll be a little easy for me to interact and maybe see, I'm not an expert, but whatever little I have learned from my own experiences, would like to share that. I would like to hear from you that what specifically like I'm sure that we all are sailing the same boat. We all are in academia, directly, indirectly. We have almost the same kind of challenges, almost the same kind of expectations from us, and we are going through to the same journey here and there. Like the only difference could be that I'm at a different place in a different institution, and like we all are, some of us in the same institution. But if we see that what are the expectations from us, somewhere similar, and if we see that what are the kind of job that we do, is also the similar. So I would like to hear from you that what are the key challenges that you face. The topic that I'm going to discuss today is about how you sail through publishing a high quality literature review. So, have you ever tried it? If you think of trying it, what is that comes to your mind? And how do you think that you are going to start, not going to start? You think it's good, you think it's not good. I mean, what is your opinion, perception about publishing a literature review? Starting a literature review, publishing a literature review. And please, if it is not that no, these are crap papers, I don't ever like to write a literature review. It's more good to have an experiment over a literature review. Please put that opinion forward too. Please don't refrain on putting any opinion that is coming to you. It is not personal to me, honestly. So it's only a scholarly debate. So whatever is coming to your mind regarding literature review papers, and especially the challenges that you face, if I have come across to that challenge, will definitely share that. Any one of you can just begin and say that, Professor, this is my experience. You thought of starting a literature review paper?
With due permission, Professor Sudhir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Professor. Good afternoon. Please.
Thank you very much for joining us. It's really a proud moment for me, at least.
Please, please. It's a pleasure.
Haryana
bole aur main na hu, matlab.
Really, you are doing a wonderful job.
Please, please. And if Professor Seema allows me, I would like to just add one line to my introduction that I'm from Haryana. I'm from Karnal.
Yes.
I'm
yes.
one of you.
Yes.
Sir, I'm from Karnal. I'm also from Karnal. What a
And it's a matter of pride for us that just like he belongs to a very simple village of Karnal district, and he reached in the UAE very fastly. Wonderful, Dr. Saab. All the best. You are really doing a good job.
Sir.
And you are the role model for the research.
Please, sir. I'm a very skinny man.
Really, you are doing very good.
Yes, you.
Actually,
So you were saying something about literature review paper, yeah.
Yes, I'm coming on review literature review papers, and people are saying I have also experienced that literature review papers are hard to sell. I mean, these are very hard to publish. I have also experienced a little bit experience with these kind of papers. Empirical papers or other exploratory papers are easy to publish. Literature review demands a lot of efforts, lot of until and unless you have arranged everything systematically, it is not going to publish in reputed journals. Yes, sir. Over to you, Professor Rana.
Yeah, I am seeing that some colleagues are putting some messages on chat that what problems they are facing, and it is like the challenge is to come up with incremental contribution. It's difficult to get that what incremental contribution we like to get, and also like some colleague is unable to download papers from renowned databases, and I'm sure that my library colleagues must participate on answering this, how they can make their life easy when academicians like us, they face some challenges on downloading from the reputed databases. And also like publication challenge, like my colleague, Dr. Jitendra, said that it's very hard to sell a literature review paper and there are not many takers. My first question is that are there readers? It's a game of demand and supply, and I'm being moderate in saying it, being an editor myself, that yes, it's hard to sell. Why it is hard to sell? Why it is hard to publish a literature review paper? Is it that there are not many takers in the field? People do not know that how literature review papers should be consumed. What is their exact role in their research life and research journey? Mhm. This is what I mean. I need to understand. If you see that, what do you think? What is the role of literature review papers?
So one view which comes to my mind is that we are getting more number of literature review papers which are not of the standard, but people do write because now these are research publications are a compulsion or on academicians now, and academicians are not quite much into research, but they have to bring papers. So they bring literature papers, and personal experience says that uh, sometimes you may not have more than 2-3 readers of your paper, 4-5 more than, because it's a compulsion and they have to simply count the number, and then they go for the easy option of getting the literature review papers published because they are not into research practically.
Okay. Well, Dr. Seema, you have raised a very beautiful point, but I would say that being an academician myself, I'm not just putting a biased opinion here, but this is what I'm putting, what I have learned, that the purpose of academic research is entirely different than the practice research. And this is what we have been mixing in Asian countries more oftenly, that we think and we see that what is the practice usage of the research that you produce, and would like to remind to all my academic leaders sitting here on the call that see, I'm not producing and a practicing research, and nor I'm expected to do that, nor I should. And I'll tell you the reason why. Because academic and practices are the two different domains. My job is to advance the knowledge and bring some theoretical knowledge contribution, because this is what academia has been known for. And uh, of course, the research target is to further our careers, advance our careers. This is one biggest motivation amongst us. But I would rather emphasize, and I always emphasize, on advancing the knowledge. Doesn't matter whether it is an academic knowledge, it is to make the multiplied learning of my stakeholders and students, cohorts, and my colleagues, or making the things simplified. So what is job of an academician? The job of an academician is to simplify the concepts, is to make the learners motivated to read the contents and imbibe those, to put into in a way that their practice becomes easy. If we will just start looking at the practices, what has happened yesterday and what will happen today is a dynamic world. We will not be able to do that, and nobody can. See, we are human beings, we are we are not robots. So my emphasis being an academician is to multiply the learnings, one, then simplify the learnings, two, create and contribute into the knowledge domain, three. So the question that you raised is beautiful, but I'm parking it with what my little understanding is, and we'll come back to the literature review papers, please. So if you see on screen, I have recently launched a review of management literature. It's an exclusive publication outlet by Emerald. Then we are going to discuss that how you can plan for your own literature reviews, especially when there is a lot of literature available, when there is no literature available. And please, my dear friends, allow me that I'll look at the chat box once I'll finish off my learnings with you, and then I'll reply to your questions. In between, you please feel free to interrupt, please feel free to stop me and tell me that, Professor, this is my concern. I have a question here, and before moving forward, address it, and we'll try to do that. So like Dr. Chawla and Dr. Kumar said, that we are debating on that what are the vital components and how should I plan, how should I position my literature review papers, and how do I make the chances of success into the good journals, because there are not many takers. And what are the common pitfalls that I should avoid? Well, there are very common mistakes that we do not think when we start the literature review paper, but when we end it, we realize that I did not have to do this. I end up doing something else. When I initiated it was something else. So this is what I'll be focusing more often on, that how do you begin your literature review paper? How do you conduct the method? Okay, one thing that I should have asked, but I'm asking now, that do you think it's a method, literature review? Is it a method? Should it be counted as a research methodology, or it is just a way of putting your thoughts together? What my colleagues thinks? It's a method? Dr. Chawla, are the participants able to unmute themselves and speak, or you have restricted them not to unmute themselves?
Sir, let me ask the technical
Restricted है मैम, restricted है.
Okay, may I humbly request if they can participate into the discussion? I'm sorry, I'm
Okay.
asking this,
Okay sir, okay.
but
Okay.
may kindly request if you can allow them to unmute themselves and speak, because see, showing slide doesn't make any sense until and unless if we look at the specific points and problems.
Rana sir, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Dr. Bhumika Saroha. And with regard to your question, I feel that literature review is a method in itself, but there is no standardized thing or a format to which we can refer to that this is the standard thing for which or this is the standard or the protocol which we are supposed to. But definitely we are not seeing it as a method, but definitely it is a method how we do the literature review.
Yes, and my cross question gonna be that if it is a method, why it doesn't appear in the books of research methodology?
Because it is something which is already the past data which is available to us, and people think that we are working on what data is available to us rather than going for anything new, novice. It is a kind of a secondary data. So many of us do not include it exactly in the part of the research methodologies.
Great. My other colleagues, please. What do you think? It's a method or it's not a method?
So I'm Dr. Bhavyamukhi.
Ma'am.
And I also agree that it is a method. But as you said, it is not appearing in the books because, sir, everyone's viewpoint varies. Research, there is.
I'm sorry, doctor, I lost your voice.
It has to be done in this way. So we can discuss. They say it depends upon your life. It depends upon, yes, sir.
Yeah, your voice was troublesome. It was breaking in between. Yeah, it is cracking.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, sir.
Yeah,
Should
it's
I,
fine now.
should
No.
I
Yeah, you should continue, please. I'm sorry, we lost your voice again. So can we move to the next colleague, please?
This side, Anjali Ahuja.
Ma'am.
Can I speak, sir?
Yes, please, ma'am.
Yeah. Sir, this is a method. Because in this we can have to arrange the things. There are some strategies. We have to identify the things according to data and study the data like that, so that it is a method.
Okay. What are the myths related to this method? If you see into the second line of the agenda, I have written myths and methods. What are the myths? And if it is a method, what kind of method it is? I mean, are there different techniques? Are there different methods of literature review that you have heard of, you are aware of? Any one of you that, okay, this is a method and these are different methods. I'm sure you must have heard of, but I want you to participate and speak. Any methods of literature you have heard of?
So I think we are looking forward that we'll get this answer from you.
Okay. Well, you are a lucky audience. I'll tell you how and why. My 60% of this content in these slides are what I'm presenting first time in any forum. And I've been very thoughtful that what is the new I'm adding to my another talk. So what I have done a lot of retrospection to myself, being one of the scholar in the field, and I ask a number of questions to myself that what am I supposed to do when I am working on literature review paper, and how do I begin my journey? What should I do? So I have asked a number of questions which I have not yet presented to any forum, though some content may be similar to what already existing in the academia or
Professor Rana,
yeah.
if you don't mind, we can mute all other participants. I think as and when you will say.
Yeah, I have muted the participant from where the voice was coming.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's fine.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So when you say that whether literature review papers, how these should be planned, what are they about, and why should I review the existing literature? Well, I would just like to remind you, you already know it, that the literature review papers are to bring the inconsistencies in the field on surface. They need to see that what went wrong, what went right. So this is why we review. We review because there are mixed views in the literature, and you need to play role of a mediator on bridging those mixed reviews. Some would say that people in India, they are cost conscious, for example, and somebody will say that no, people in India are brand conscious. Somebody will say that come on, it is not about price, it is not about brand, it is all about their needs. They are need conscious. If they need, they buy it, no matter what the brand is, no matter what the price is. So if one would like to understand the behavior of Indian consumers, there are three different ways. There are three different lenses that are produced in literature. Now you being a moderator, as reviewer of this literature, you need to moderate it. You need to say that people in India focus on three parameters: brand, price, need. And this is how you're going to synchronize and bring the inconsistencies, that these three have been done, but maybe quality was missing. Maybe a formal process was missing. Something that you think, being a domain expert, that this was missing. And that missing component you should highlight. That is your contribution. Another contribution is going to be that how do you solve the puzzle when there are discussion wars. I would like to share to all my learned colleagues that what journals and series titles do. They host the debates. We do nothing. We just collect your knowledge contribution and publish it. Absolutely, that is not our knowledge contribution. We put our view. We just say that, okay, this is how you can present it to make it better to my audience, and nothing else. This is your contribution. And what is your job to do? Your job is to see that what are the different views available in the literature, what are the inconsistencies available in the literature, how do you moderate it, how do you mediate it, how do you overcome it, how do you solve the puzzle, how you make it, like I said in the beginning, that job of an academician is to simplify the concepts, to improve the concepts so that learners can understand it without investing much hard efforts. This is what we do. Our job is to multiply the learnings. So instead of reading 500 papers, how you can make one scholar to just read one paper and understand all those 500 papers. This is what exactly the literature review papers do. You have, say, for example, 200 papers available for behavioral finance, 200 papers are available for artificial intelligence, 200 papers available for any other domain that you're interested in, can be library informatics. So how you organize these 200 papers for the learning of someone, that instead of reading those 200 papers, they end up reading 10 papers, and which then these 10 papers should be that you like to suggest to people to read, and why, and what is the process that you follow in organizing, synthesizing, and understanding the domain which is available to you in terms of 200 papers. And I'll tell you the ways. So this is the fact that when my colleague just said that there is no standard format, yes, I totally agree. There is no standard format. There is no standard template available, but in literature review papers, there are formats now. There are tips available that how do you organize your own literature review, and what are the steps that you need to take, and what are the different sections that you should have, and what are the different methods that you should focus on. These are available. The fact is still you have an autonomy. For example, you put an introduction and after that you put a method. You specifically need not to write the background or literature review, but there are another scholars who say that no, you should give background. It enhances the understanding of a reader if they know the background, if they know that the primary questions that you're raising, if they know that what is the protocol that you have defined. So there are, but still you have autonomy to choose your own template, and that's the beauty of literature review paper. Just think about it. It is not just a theoretical paper that, okay, I don't know the statistics, therefore I'm doing it. No, that cannot be the case. I am a PhD scholar and I need to do literature review as a part of my thesis. And so there is no harm in having an additional paper from review of my thesis. And this is what majority of literature review papers I get from many of my colleagues. This is also one misunderstanding with literature review paper I would like to demystify, that no, you need not to just think that you'll have to conduct literature review for your thesis and therefore there is no harm in having another publication on literature review. This is not why literature review papers are written. They are not. So what you need to do, what is expected from you, like I said, you need to do a critical evaluation. You need to see what is done, whether it is done right or wrong. Is it exactly what people say or it is not? And you can raise questions, trust me. If you have a critical literature review, your chances of publication are higher. If you evaluate specific research questions in the domain which are general and not specific to your PhD thesis, then your chances of publications are higher. If you have a clear review protocol and methodology opted, then the chances of publication are higher. So I'll however talk more about systematic literature reviews, but if you see that how you make it better, then you must know that what is the big picture you are seeing in the literature, what is the protocol that you are deciding, and what is the inconsistencies you found in the literature. And let me tell you, there are a lot of inconsistencies in the literature, and those inconsistencies will remain. Reason being, different people, different geography, different viewpoints, different experiences, different population that they are dealing with, and their different purposes. So you can always find a scope of segmenting that literature, putting your own view forward. But the only thing that you need to do is you need to see a bigger picture. And specifically, this my advice is to my my colleagues who are either guiding PhD students on literature review paper, or those PhD students who are starting their own journey to decide about their topics, to decide about what they are going to do as a research domain for the next 10 years. This, for them, it is really important to understand that how they critically contribute in the existing literature. And doing a literature review paper is a fantastic job if it is done well. So you need to understand three things: purpose, process, and structure. So what is the purpose of writing this literature review? The purpose cannot be just that I'm writing it because I want to understand literature. No, this is what you want to understand, right? Many scholars, when I talk to them and I hear that what is the purpose that you're writing this literature review, they say that I'm going to work on this topic for next 10 years. It is important for me to understand this domain really well, and to understand it, I want to put my understandings on this literature review paper. I want to publish them, and what the others will do, they will also understand. Come on, why do you think that something that I want to see, I want to watch, I want to play, I want to wear, I want to eat, others also like the same? No, everybody's appetite is different, taste is different. So you'll have to think beyond you. So if you will think for the literature review paper beyond yourself, beyond what you are doing, and you create an umbrella and considering multiple stakeholders and multiple scholars in the field, trust me, the chances of getting that literature review published will be much higher, because literature review papers serve a larger community. It is not a specific community. I want, for example, if I publish any literature review paper in my journal, I want to see that how it is going to help the multidisciplinary scholars, the cross-disciplinary scholars, other scholars who are not into this domain. For example, if I'm publishing a paper on digital marketing, and this is a literature review paper, do you think that my target audience is only those people who want to read digital marketing? No, my target audience is that at another time I want to give this as a sample to a scholar who is also working on franchising, to a scholar who is also working on green marketing, to a scholar who is also working on employee engagement. So you need to create the process and structure, keeping that in mind, that you are devising a protocol that will help to other domain scholars also. So the big picture is that you need to think that how do you organize the literature, and that methodology question should always bounce your mind. That okay, what is the general protocol could be to synthesize a particular domain, and what am I doing? Just simply creating tables will not be helpful. See, that's a clerical job. And I'm sorry, please, I do not want to offend my colleagues who are into the administrative roles. But what is the job of a scholar? Job of a scholar is not just to collect the literature, document them into certain tables, and say these are the papers available. No, that is not what is expected from a literature review paper, and specifically into a regimentary journal, a good publisher's journal. What is expected then? It is expected that you synthesize the domain. You say that these are the different meanings available, these are the different definitions available, this is has been done, this is left, and there is a scope of working on this particular domain. Or you say that, oh, this is a really a puzzle or contradictory in the literature, that how I should read about this particular domain. For example, artificial intelligence, a number of papers available on augmented reality, artificial intelligence, but still there are contradicting views. People relate artificial intelligence to digitalization, people relate artificial intelligence and augmented reality to robotics, and with each other sometimes they separate these each other. So, and I don't know whether I should understand the artificial intelligence first or augmented reality first. For me, that's a problem. For example, I'm a scholar coming into the domain. From where I should begin? Should I understand the coding, robotics, business intelligence first, and then should I go to uh, artificial intelligence, and then should I understand the augmented reality, or it's reverse? First, I must understand the augmented reality and then see that how the protocol of augmented reality is built, and then go back to the artificial intelligence coding and analytics. What should I do? So you, being a scholar, being an expert in that field, you need to guide the other scholars that see papers are available on these three domains, but this is not only about TAM or UTAT, right? So you need to look beyond TAM and UTAT today. And this is how your learning should be organized. This is what you need to do. These are the parameters that you should look at. These are the scope that where you can contribute and plan your study. So you need to play role of that mediator. Like I said, that you look your role as mediator, that you are a judge, you are reviewing those papers, and then you are giving your opinion, then you're giving your feedback, then you're giving your suggestions. These are your suggestions, these are your feedback, these are your opinions, these are your evaluation on the literature existing. This is not just a documentation. So that's the purpose. And how you divide the process is, we will talk about it, and how the structure should be. This is what we talk about it. Am I clear on the purpose part? So the purpose should be serving a larger community. The purpose should be that how do you mediate the learnings of whatever has been published? How do you create the scope of different contributions by reviewing that particular literature and domain and saying that has been done, has not been done, has been done right, this has not been done right. And trust me, like one of the paper that we published, however, it is not a literature review paper, but we published a study last year in Journal of Business Research. There we have very specifically mentioned, there was a paper by March 1991. It was on relative exploration. My strategy colleagues may understand it better. So what has happened is people have misused that citation. Can you understand? I mean, it was not what March original paper has said. People had said something else and the paper was something else. And when I read that paper, I was wondering that, oh my God, when I'm reading that what March is saying in others paper, cross-referencing you must have heard of, that when I'm reading that statement of March in other papers, it is something else. And when I read March's paper, it was something else. And I put that in my paper. And however, I got question that you're putting this statement. Do you really want to put this statement? I said, yes, this is what exactly the statement is, would like to put. And I highlighted that in my paper, that March citation have been misused by my scholars. So, this is what we need to do. I need to raise that question that, look, colleagues, this is not what you're saying. This is something else. And this is how you need to plan your contribution. There is always a scope of your contribution. The only thing that you need is a different lens. If you use a different lens, see, everyone's our own, everyone of us have our own perspective. Everyone of us have our own understanding. And let me give a practical example to you. Now, you see that there are different examples of companies get success and companies get failed. There are multiple reasons. You ask why Tata got success, somebody will say that, oh, their HR policies are strong. Somebody will say that they are more active in social responsibility. Somebody will say they are rich, they're compounding their brand name. Somebody will say that no, their strategies are very strong, they're more into mergers and acquisitions. Somebody will say they are together, they are a community of business people, Parsis, and they're together, therefore they are rising. I mean, people can have different views, and you simply understand this from a theory perspective too. Now, if a domain is doing well, there can be a number of reasons. If a domain is not doing well, there can be a number of reasons, and there can be always a challenge. So you need to understand, being a domain scholar, that what is your lens. You want to synthesize something which is X oriented or Y oriented, and how do you mediate your role? And no matter if there are a number of literature review papers available, you can always have a different lens and a different view and raise your own questions. So what are you going to do in that case? You are going to resolve the ambiguities, right? You are going to synthesize them. And how are you going to it? You integrate different views, bring different domains, and then bring those into your research. I'll give you certain examples. For example, RBV is a theory, research based RBT, resource based theory, resource based view. Now, you tell me that in which domain it is not applicable. If I look at umbrella strategies, the strategies, corporate level strategy, business level, the functional level strategy, resource is everywhere, whether you are an individual or you are a larger organization. Resources are everywhere. Who do not plan for the resources today? This is more micromanagement. So when the RBT has come, Barney has a different views. Organizations had to come up from their own home countries, raise their business expansions and growth. Therefore, RBT was important. Now, the view for RBT is changing and changed. It is more changing. So it is about your knowledge resources are also there. Your human resources are also there. Your own intellectual property rights are also there. So there are different views how and where it is not applicable. So you may like to raise a question and integration that how to use RBT in finance, how to use RBT in HR, how to use RBT in marketing, how to use RBT in operations. You can integrate those. So you can integrate, then you can synthesize, you bring in different concepts and see that how these different concepts are working together. uh, like the last literature review paper that I wrote is more about psychology and marketing, that how psychology concepts are driving marketing today. And I, however, wrapped it up under the nostalgia factor, but I'm looking at some other factors now, and I'm trying to see that, see, consumer behavior is all about the consumer psychology, and when you deep dive, the psychology is more about their behavioral aspects, the human senses. So you can deep dive as much as you want, and you can always identify something that you can integrate with, which is not currently available in the literature, or if available in the different domain. How many of you have tried to integrate the digitalization and your domain? How many of you have tried to integrate the analytical parts in your on domain? How many of you are basically looking at the human element in your domain? So you always have a scope, and that scope is that something that you need to define really, really well, and then look at that how you are going to evaluate it, what are the concepts that you are focusing on, how you are devising the method around it. Well, from the Transfield, I have taken it, and according to Transfield, it is that you need to first plan for the review, and developing the protocol is really, really important, because this is when we think when a number of literature is available, literature is abundant, and then what should I do? For example, for a literature review paper on international marketing, I had 1800 plus papers. Now see, reading 1800 plus papers, is it possible? Humanly, it is not possible. It is not possible. So what should I do in this particular situation? How do I decide that how I'm going to synthesize these 1800 papers? And this is what I'm going to address today. And I have reflected more that, okay, what did I do that time? And it was my first literature review paper. Then second, that how do you identify the studies, that should you study all the 1800? If not, should you bring 180 out of these 1800, 10% of it? Should it be less? Should it be more? What is the scientific way of deciding it? So that should be there. And then how you conduct the data extraction, how do you conduct the synthesis, and how do you disseminate the review findings? What you
Rana
do?
sir, I have a question here.
Yes, please, ma'am.
Sir,
Thank you so much that you got in between. Thank you. Yes,
yes,
please,
sir.
questions.
And I just wanted to know that when we say there should be a scientific way to extract, say 10%, the example you have given, that is 180. But I feel when the human element is involved, then each of us are working and we all are humans. So somewhere I may be inclined more towards certain kind of studies, and some other person may be inclined towards different topics. It is just by judging in the form of by just going through the abstract or to the topic, rather than going through the all 180 things. And what I feel, since I'm a mixture of a few subjects, I have faced UPSC interviews. So what I feel, the decisions regarding to it would be not only an intelligent decision, but it should be an emotionally intelligent decision. and that what emotion I carry for a particular topic or the area or subject, it may vary from individual to individual.
Absolutely. Yeah, I totally agree with you. But I will see it this way when I'm sitting at a chair of an editor. I will see that you said that it is a method, right? So when we say it is a method, there has to be a protocol. I
Right.
cannot mix my emotions with the protocol. I'm sorry I'm saying it, but I'm being rational in saying it.
Okay.
That I cannot just decide that, okay, I'm emotionally attached with it. You remember when I started my talk, I said that this is not about you. This is about scholarly community. So review papers are not written for myself. Review papers are written for scholarly community. Therefore, I'm sorry to say I'll have to be very rational. I'll have to be I'll have to overcome my emotional biases, right? Because the review paper is written for the community as whole. So I would say that you consider some criterias, and the criteria can be that I'm going to show some indexings and rankings. I'm also going to show some online libraries and databases that my library colleagues here on the call, they may assist you on developing your understanding more on those, that how do you extract the data from there, but apply some filter. Use a funnel, have a funnel approach. In a funnel approach, when I say that there are 1800 at the top, then how do I shortlist them to 900? Then how do I shortlist them to 500? Then how do I shortlist them to 880?
So basically, we have to decide about the filters in a rational manner.
Absolutely. So it
But
cannot be.
how do we do that?
This is what I'm going to speak.
Okay.
How do you do that?
Okay.
This is what is the crux of the presentation. That how do you do that?
Right, sir.
And I'll tell you that how do you do that. So be assured I'm gonna answer that question.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Any other questions, my colleagues?
No, sir, I got my answer.
Thank
I
you.
was also trying to ask the same thing, but you take the answer, that you will answer it later.
Yeah, no, I'll answer it now only in my presentation. It's upcoming.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah.
Means, yes, sir.
Yeah. So like this is the way that systematic literature reviews are today decided. And well, there is a difference between systematic literature review and a traditional literature review that we have been doing, because this is more scientific, this is more rigorous, and as a scholar in the domain is expected to balance both rigor, relevance, and depth. So one side, when somebody say what is the rationality behind, have you given enough rigor to it, then some will say that, hey, have you thought enough about it, what is the depth that you're talking about? And then somebody like me can say, is it useful that what you are saying? So what is the relevance of doing it? You just want to document and produce another literature review paper. So what is the use of it? Are there takers? So an editor can always come back with that question, that you are producing it because you are interested in it, but will I find enough audience who will read it, cite it, use it? So systematic literature review overcome some of the challenges, and they try to bring in an objectivity to literature review paper. They give you a scientific protocol, and they make you your life easy, I would say, in living something and reading something. So what you read, what you leave is really, really important. So now it is very important for us as a scholar to understand that what should I read and what should I leave. The systematic way of organizing the literature tells you what should you read and what should you leave. So before you actually progress to the protocol, what we were just spoke that I'm going to answer, I would just like to suggest that do these things. Know your interest areas. Know that you are going to jump to these kind of subjects. Trust me, I have thought 100 times before jumping to psychology. I've thought 100 times. Today I teach in a healthcare management college. This is because that I have understood some part of medical field, psychology. I started understanding. It was my interest. I asked myself that, do I really want to do it? Do I really want to study something which is not of a core business? And then I said that yes, I want to. And therefore I need to develop my knowledge. Therefore I need to see what colleagues says. Therefore I need to be one mediator in the field and say that what is already available, this is also can be one way to look at it. Then you look at the research trends and emerging perspectives. Is it really emerging? Are people talking about it, or they are not talking about it? I'll ask you that, do people still talk about BOP, bottom of pyramid? Do they still talk about service quality? Do they still talk about RBT? Do they still talk about two-factor theory? What is that they're talking about? What are the emerging field? And what do you think that field will remain for at least next 5 years? It will not run away. Are people more talking about the virtual currencies, bitcoins? Are people talking more about the positionings because of the COVID pandemic? Are people talking about more anxieties and expectations? What are people talking about? And how long this is going to stay? So decide about it, and decide it with a combination of what you like and what is emerging trend. So it should not only be what you like, it should also be that what colleagues like in the domain. Whether it's going to be both way. And this is how you're going to outline them. Please create a master sheet and keep on giving these fillers there. Create these heads before you start, and see that your literature review paper should have everything like a uh, like any another empirical paper have. So it can be like you have an abstract, introduction, background, methodology, descriptive results, then synthesis, future research agenda. It is a must. We'll talk more about it, but then you should have a conclusion and implications. So these has to be there. You cannot say that, oh, it's a literature review paper, I do not have a specific method. Come on. You cannot also say, oh, what kind of descriptive results are expected from me? What are the descriptive results here? Or you can say that, okay, I have already talked about the future of it. What are the future research agenda am I expected to contribute and synthesize? You can say so, but this is how you're going to start. And my colleague who has asked this question, I'm here now, the answer will come that when you collect data, always try to balance the publishers and the online libraries. There are different online libraries like AppScope, Request, JGate, JSTOR, Scopus, Google Scholar, Web of Science. These are some famous online libraries. Out of these, some are indexings. Scopus, Web of Science. These are the two indexings. So along with the library, they do not give you the full title access. They allow you to look at the titles. Am I right, my library colleagues? They do not give the full title access. They give you just the titles. So I'm sorry about it. I have unmuted from where the voice was coming. So you need to then see. Then if you see at the left hand side, I have written certain publishers. Emerald, In the Science, Sage, Springer, Latvius, Wiley, Taylor and Francis, IGI Global. Why I have written these publishers are that these are read all across the globe. So when these are read globally, so there are more chances that authors and scholars are contributing their papers to these publishers. So the chances that you will get everything which is available, or the chances of getting more number of things, are more with these publishers and also with the libraries. So the first filter of collecting the data, you should access to all these publishers and some of these libraries. There can be duplicates. A journal which is being published by Emerald can be in ABSCO, can also be in ProQuest, can also be in Scopus, and there are mixed titles that you will get. So you'll have to remove those duplicates. So once you see that domain is very, very heavy, and the number of papers that you're getting just typing on Google Scholar by different keywords is coming somewhere 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, more than that. And when you are just trying to click on some titles and reading it to make your understanding, and still you're seeing that the number of papers are really high, then I would suggest you to make a protocol that is more related to the coverage and quality. So now what coverage and quality means? For the coverage, we use indexings. And some of the famous indexings are Scopus, Web of Science, CRNS, JUFO, NSD. So it depends on which region you are. If you talk about the European colleagues, they'll say that we follow JUFO and NSD. If you talk about the American colleagues, they'll say that we follow the cables directly. If you talk about the colleagues like we into Middle East and Asia, we follow more Scopus. So that's the coverage. You see that what coverage you are seeing. So you apply a filter of Scopus that you are considering the document which comes under Scopus. That's one filter. If still the number of papers are higher, you can apply the second filter, and that's this second filter is related to quality. So you can say that I am reading only something that have a quality mark. And what does it mean? It means that the journal should be ranked or on a list of the ranking lists available. So this can be ABS by chartered American schools, or it can be ABDC by the Australian Deans Councils. So these are the two high level rankings available for the business journals. And not only that, another ranking is available by SJR. So, so you can apply SJR by Scopus. Journal citation reports can also be implemented by Web of Sciences. So there are different quality parameters that you can apply when you are shortlisting and creating this funnel. So you first is that you must have a general view about what is available in the domain, what to read and what to leave, what to read or what not to leave. Not to read. So when you're deciding that how do you reach from 1800 to 180, you should apply some coverage parameters and some quality parameters. So coverage parameters, like I said, can be that you are considering the titles that are available only in Scopus. You are considering the titles that are only in the list of ABS and ABDC or any other regional list, maybe cables directory if you are trying to serve the American audience. So you need to decide those, and you need to decide it very, very carefully, because the number of papers should not be less, should not be high. And you can also apply some more parameters related to time. For example, you say that I'm studying something after 2010, because in the past 10 years, if the publishing domain or the domain that on which you are working has dramatically changed, so you are not considering 50 years, you're just considering the 10 years. So this is what you want to look at. Why do you want to study these 10 years and not the 20 years? Why do you want to study the whole 50 years and not the latest 10 years? What are the reasons? You should know those reasons. So am I clear, madam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you are clear.
Okay, so first I'm going to collect the literature and then I'm going to filter it. So there, by having the ranking and indexing applied, I would say that this is a scientific way to what world is reading. I'm serving them that, because Scopus, ABDC, ABS, these are some global rankings and indexings. Keywords are very, very important. So whenever you collect data, please write your keywords, and writing keywords in the method is important so that people know what specific you're talking about. So develop some keywords and put them into your methods that these are the keywords that I have considered. And yes, like I said, that there are going to be redundant files. You need to remove those, and you need to carefully read the titles and abstract, apply quality ranking indexings, and tabulate those so that you are aware that what is that finally you have. Depends on number of papers that you have finally with you. I will choose the method. If you ask me that, Professor, how do you choose your methods? And I see if I have, after filter, if I got 400 papers, then I'll deal them differently compared to if I have 80 papers. So I have two different treatments. I cannot have the same treatment for both. When I have 1,000 papers to document and synthesize, I'll not deal them that way. The way I deal when I have only 80 papers, and I'll give you certain examples. I was just studying one domain related to digitalization and multinationals, and considering the present situation, that how digitalization have been supporting in internationalization of multinationals in a situation like today is really, really important. I had a number of people when I see digitalization and multinationals, trust me, these were really, really high number of papers. I couldn't study them without applying a machine software. I applied Leximancer. So I have created all the data sheets and fit into the Leximancer, got some thematics, created some short. I did shortlisted shortlisting of the papers, and then I decided the domains, and then I have created um, a conceptual diagram that this is what I want to study, and I developed aim. See, these kind of papers are mixed method papers, not only literature review papers. So you should know that how, when you quantify the results, how do you deal with it? When you convert the ratings, how do you deal with it? So there are different ways of dealing mixed method papers. So in that situation, you should have command on both. You should know that how do you synthesize the literature. You should know that if you are quantifying the existing literature and how you are dealing with it. But I used Leximancer. I did thematic in Leximancer, and I got very interesting results. So this is what we did. And in another literature review paper, we applied factor analysis, tandem clustering. So we applied cluster analysis and factor analysis on literature review. Can you imagine that? So this is how we need to work. You need to see that how you can present the findings in a better way. We have created a ranking scale, and then we said that, okay, I'll tell you that how ranking scale work. Now you are a reader of the domain, and you need to suggest to the upcoming scholars that, come on, you don't need to read these 1,000 paper on digitalization. Read these 100, right? So now what I'm doing is, because I am compounding over a period of time on my domain. When I started, I have read, say, 100 papers of my domain. Then over a period of time, I read 500 and 1,000 today. So I have a collection of papers. Now these collection of papers relate to one domain, and then I'm giving them ranking, and I'm reading more papers. So whenever I'm reading a paper, I have a purpose, and I'm giving them a rank. I'm saying that, okay, you want to study branding? I will give 1 out of 1 for this branding paper. You want to read branding? I will give 0.9 out of 1. I'll give 0.8. I'll give 0.5. I'll give 0.2. I'll give 0. So you are saying, you are rating it, you are saying that, okay, for branding, for this purpose, this paper deserve 1, this paper deserve 5.5, this paper deserve 0.2. You take yourself as an evaluator of those papers. And by giving that rank and that rating, we have developed an Excel sheet that this is the background, that why I have given 1. Now I need to have rationale why I have given 1. I have given certain parameters that, look, I have taken these 10 parameters of B2B relationship. This paper, it's about B2B relationship, that when I'm talking about B2B relationship, then these are the 10 parameters I have created, and somebody who have considered 10 out of 10 is given 1. Somebody who have considered 7 has been given 0.7. Somebody who has considered 5 given 0.5. Somebody who has considered 0.2, sorry, only 2 given 0.2. Somebody who just talk about it but have not given anything to me conclusively, I'm giving them 0. Right? And then I applied a factor analysis, then I applied the tandem clustering, and I got very beautiful results. We got, in fact, another business intelligence professor in Torrance University was my co-author in this paper, and we got very, very beautiful results. We got that how the clustering is happening in B2B, what papers are being coming more. But see, we had to actually read those papers, and we need to decide that where this paper is fit. Paper should be given 1 or paper should be given 0. So you can quantify the literatures, and that is the scientific method of quantifying. So now what we said that, okay, these papers that are coming in 1 are the important papers. The paper that are coming on 0.5 are the moderate one. The paper that are getting 0.0 or 0.2, come on, you don't need to invest so much of energy on reading these papers. So this is what I need to do. This is how we have been suggesting in our classes, don't we? We do. We say that, okay, my dear cohorts, you need to read this book, you need to read this chapter, you need to read this paragraph. But we need to guide the scholarly community, also upcoming scholars, in that way. So I moderate it. This is how I identify scope for myself, for my contribution. Then you need to organize it systematically, and there are different things that you can do, like text mining, citation, co-citation analysis. These are very well existing. Something that I told you is very new, may not be available, and we are just we are a team, we are just trying to experiment that how it goes. Some of the papers we are able to publish, some of the paper are still in pipeline, but this has been a wonderful experience. Okay, if I tell you that what are the different methods that you can apply a domain or theory based review. Like I said, the two-factor theory in marketing, right? There is burnout amongst, and this is a fresh thing. There is a lot of burnout amongst the salespeople. Do you talk about it? And how do you bring the anxiety theories, the psychology theories to sales? Could be new. How do you bring the resource theory to finance? How do you bring the another HR marketing theories to finance and cross discipline? Create a framework, apply some thoughts, and see that what is the scope of your own contribution. Then you can create a structure review where you create that conceptual diagram, put either some propositions or raise some questions of why, when, where, what, how, that what are you studying, why are you studying, why it should be there. For example, psychology marketing, psychology finance, psychology IB, or IB finance, finance HR, how they should be together. So raise questions of what, why, how, where, whom, and answer those questions. Then you can have a hybrid review. Like I said, that produced one paper using factor analysis, tandem clustering. You can do that, and you can have meta-analysis. There are different there are papers on meta-analysis. It's easy, so you can do a content analysis or meta-analysis, and you can also have a bibliometric literature review. So these are some methods of doing systematic literature review and organizing your literature review systematically. You need to read all of these or one of these that you want to apply in deep. So it is not that you just randomly pick it up and start working on it. You need to, there are different papers on hybrid review, on meta-analysis, or in bibliometric analysis, and maybe I can suggest you a set of papers. If you're interested on working, you just send me an email, and trust me, I'll at least get back to you with some suggestions. This is how you should do, and this is something that I thought that okay, this is how it should be do. So you first need to plan, then search, then map. When I'm saying map, then see, is it matching to your objective or not? So something which is not matching to your objectives, doesn't matter it is published in a A-star journal or in a SJR 10 site score journal. I'm not going to consider it. I have my own purpose. So it is not that something is published into JCR 10 site score journal and therefore it is important for me. No, I have my own purpose of producing this literature review. So you map with your objective, because your objective is going to be your scope for contribution. So you classify. You are the role model for this classification. This is what you want to suggest to others. So you classify, and then you appraise. You say this is wrong, this is right, and you synthesize that this is what my understanding is. This is what I want my colleagues to understand, and I'll give details here. When you search, what is the phenomena where you are searching, and how you have done the keywords. What is the minimal evaluation that you are making? When you are mapping, what are the broad things you are mapping it with, and how you're selecting the articles to map? What is the exact phrases that you have used to match, and how you're selecting it? Then you're classifying it. You see that how you are creating the keywords together. What are the coding that you're use? How can you put Sudhir and Sudhiram together? I mean, we may have a similar nomenclature, but maybe different things on deep. We may look similar, but exactly that is not the case. So how are you classifying? So that classifying should be there. And then after that, how am I pricing? How am I ranging them to from historical to newest? How am I ranging? How I'm doing a progression of the domain? How much I'm diving into the themes? Do I understand it? Do I don't? And what should I do? And then at the last, how do I synthesize it? And trust me, my dear friends, it's okay to assume. See, from the search to synthesis, there the whole filter is. And I'm sorry I'm saying it, but this is the truth I'm saying it. When I searched, I get 2,000 papers. It is not possible for me to read 2,000 papers. I synthesize maybe 20 papers, and the rest of the papers are just documented. But something that we synthesize, something that I synthesize, I must know them really, really well. And that shortlisting part from 2000 to 20 is extremely important. You are the better judge, but please synthesize those 20 to have a clear knowledge of that domain. And the rest 1980 you can put on different domains. You can put them on mapping, you can put them on classification, you can put them on appraising. And it's okay to assume I have read enough. I have read their title, I have read their abstract, and I can assume what the paper is talking about. At least I have a mind. I'm working on a domain, right? So you necessarily need not to read all those 2000 papers, and nobody does. But what you do is you synthesize what you think is actually important. So something related to your purpose that you think is actually important, please synthesize those. Please make your research arguments on the basis of those. But at the same time, don't forget the documentation process too. That is also important. That's very important. In fact, that is what is going to create the scientific ground that how you're going to reach from 2000 to 20. So this might have made more clear. And this is something new. This is the first time I'm showing. Okay, so you need to move from general to specific. Like I said, that think of a broader subject, then think of a theme, then think of a theory, then think of a concept, and then think of a keyword. So develop your own knowledge filter too. So one side, when you are developing a filter or a protocol on what to read and what to leave, then think this way. That okay, something which is very fit in these keywords, I'm going to read that. Something that fits in these concepts, I'm not going to leave. These concepts are important. These are the theories that I'm talking about. This is the theme that I'm talking about. And this in this subject, my research is going to contribute.
That means we have to follow the funnel approach, many to few.
Absolutely. That is the basis. That's basic of literature review paper. You have to follow the funnel approach. You cannot read it. I would, okay, this is not the right forum. It would look like I'm self-proclaiming myself, but I have recently written an editorial in FIB Business Review, and this editorial talks about the Pro framework. So how do you create it? And there I have very critically written, and some of my colleagues have also got back to me and said that, come on, you have your career ahead, you cannot speak like this. But I was saying that there are 40,000 titles in Scopus, and these 40,000 titles are producing 3 lakhs research papers.
Yes, sir.
I cannot even read the titles. Right. So and you are asking me to synthesize those. People say that you are editor of a good multidisciplinary journal, you should know what is happening. And I'm saying that, oh my God, should I really? I mean, even if I start reading the titles, I cannot finish of reading the titles in a year, and more 3 lakhs will come next year. So cannot be done. So I have written some arguments there, you may like to read. I have critically said that, come on, it is not possible to read. I need to apply a funnel approach for myself. That I am the one who will decide that what do I read and what should I not read. Yes, when you climb up on the ladder, then you guide others also. That this is what you need to read and this is what you need to leave.
That comes as a result of experience.
Yeah. So we all, this is not a zero-sum game. We all need to bring that experience with the passage of time from our learnings.
Right, sir.
So it is very important for me that how do I underpin the theories? What is whatever I'm talking about, how rational I am, how much I know them, and how do I put them together in an interesting way? So you need to do that. You that is your job, to create a story, to create the relevance, to create the importance of your content. This is what you need to do as a writer of literature review paper. So it is not only about documentation, it is about creating relevance of that concept and underpinning of the theories. So mind it that there are gaps, so you need to talk about it, and something that's shown as a gap possibly is not a gap important for you. So could be. So what should how should I manage the rigor, depth, methodology, and relevance that I have been speaking about these words? So these are the suggestions that I'm giving you from. I have a very little experience. I do not have much experience, but in small tenure of past approximately 8-9 years, or say 10 years, since when I'm working on literature review papers, this is what I have learned. I must know the history of concepts. I must know what history says. I must know what is the present arena, what it is today, and how I'm going to differentiate the history from the present. And to bridge that gap and to bring the learnings of that history to the present arena, I should have a methodological region. I should have a scientific approach. And when I have all these, I need to have a conceptual depth. I cannot just talk about superficial about it. If I'm talking about X, Y, G, Z, anything, I must know it myself. If I know it well, if I know, and you ask me, and I'll tell you, I know the scholars by their name. I never met them. I never contacted them. I don't know. I just read their papers. I know what they work. I know where they work. I know how many papers they did. I know where they have published. I know how many times it was cited. I know what data set they have taken. I know what methodology they have applied. So I deep dive in some papers so much that I know what they have done. And I try to understand their philosophy. I try to. When I synthesize the papers, I synthesize them so deep that I know what exactly have been done, why that have been done that way. So I don't go back to the authors asking that why you have done it. I try to generate my own views by looking at different lenses, that okay, what is the history of the publishing by that scholar? If I like 1-2 papers of a scholar very much, trust me, I read their many papers to understand their philosophy. And you actually need to do that. Then classifying is really important. Like I said, you need to classify them on the basis of concepts, on the basis of research gap, on the basis of geography, methodology, many filters you can apply to classify year. So how you're classifying, this is a suggestion from my side. SQ and 3 R's. Reading is tough, and you need a lot of reading to produce a literature review paper. So how do you do? First, we conduct a survey to see what is available. Then we raise a certain questions, and we say a research paper that is answering and contributing to my question is important. And I read it. When I read it, and by looking at the surface, reading it, I get an idea that, okay, it is important for me or not. And then what I do, I try to recall that, okay, when I'm writing, when I'm making my own plan, I recall, oh, this was the paper. Oh, that paper can help. So I try to recall. And when I try to recall, then this paper become very important for me. Then I review that again. And when I review it again, I actually apply my mind, soul, theories, philosophies on understanding that paper. So you cannot read all the papers that are there in your survey, but you actually need to take out some papers that you actually review. But is reading sufficient? No. What is that we need to do? Develop a habit of critical reading. and that is need to be done since from the beginning. So what am I supposed to do? You need to see that where the authors want to draw your attention. What is that authors are claiming? What are the conclusion? Not necessarily that they have written conclusion in the conclusion section. Trust me, sometimes it's in result, sometimes it's in introduction. So what is that authors are trying to conclude about it? What are the evidence that they have given? Do you agree to those or not? Do you think that there could be other ways? Be critical. Take some assumptions that, okay, if this could have done this way, might have been better, could have given different results. So it's okay to assume. Trust me, it's okay to assume. There is no harm in assuming. The only thing is that how much depth you create to justify your assumption. Something that you assume, how deep you justify is important. So just assuming is not important. Assume and justify it. Assume and create a background to it. Notes. You don't forget to take your notes. Review papers are lengthy. It takes time. It may happen that you'll forget many things. So try to recall. Try to aid your concentration. Try to create a structure that helps you into the concentration. Arrange your informations and writings. It also helps you in avoiding similarity. A question, should I take a handwritten note or a computer aided note? Honestly speaking, I prefer my mobile notes. I don't have computer aided notes, nor I have handwritten notes. I follow diary. You know diary? No? I'll tell you one application and you may follow that application. Okay. I'll send you the name. And then you need to tabulate the previous studies and create some structure around your literature review. Tabulate by the author, by the year, by the stream, by the journal. There are different ways that you can tabulate. And this tabulation help you in just rearranging, shortlisting, applying filters in multiple ways. That will be helpful. Try to understand it. You start from searching, then from searching to you go to read, and from read to you go to writing. And this is what you need to do. When you are searching, formulate search questions, keywords. When you are reading, try to identify terminologies, concepts. Try to see what has been done. What are the different categories available? Specify the sections. And when you are writing, you need to balance that what you are investigating. What is something that you have investigated? What is the problem? What is the puzzle that you have solved? So that your writing should speak. These are some tips. Create a blueprint. Arrange your paper into some headings and subheadings. Try to keep on copy pasting and then rephrasing, paraphrasing according to your objective. And if possible, then create every argument with citation. This is important. Okay, if you talk about the journals, you should know about their acceptance rate, their turnaround time, their communication, resubmissions. I'll straightly come here. The journal that I'm handling is FIB Business Review. Here, I have tried, we accept review paper and I happily accept review papers if these are done well. FIB Business Review is published by SAGE. It's a journal coming from India. It's an international journal coming from India. This is what the positioning of the journal is. And the journal is indexed in Scopus and also in ABS rank. This is what we are targeting. By 2025, I have a target to get it done Scopus Q2. And before 2025, hopefully will be done. ABS we have already achieved, and whenever next application of ABDC will be available, I think we will be there. Then rejection rate is below 5%. It's already there. We have achieved it. This is one of the author's choice journal from Sage, because I respect my authors, and every author is very, very important to me. I get connected to them over phone, over WhatsApp, over email, whatever mode of communication is possible. I try to deal their questions personally. And this is what I think that being a scholar, my duty is. So it is not that I direct and redirect everyone to my assistant or my associate editors. Yes, my associate editors are also very active. They also answer a number of questions when there is a question related to domain. We have currently 4 associate editors from Professor Mahesh Joshi for finance from RMIT Australia, Professor Peter Sinclair from Lathrop. He is into IB and social culture. We have Professor Mazdi Kotena from Kuwait University for OB and HR, and we have Professor Balan Sundarkani from Wollongong for operations. And I'm the editor-in-chief, or you can say main editor, and I'm looking after the marketing domain. Soon we will have, because number of submissions are higher and every editor have so much to read, maybe we'll have some more editors. This is South Asian Journal of Marketing, where I'm now co-editor-in-chief, and here we consider papers related to South Asian context. So you may like a review in the geographical context too, that HR policies in South Asia, sorry, marketing policies in South Asia. So can give a specific context to the geographical region while reviewing it. And you can do that. So apply a scientific approach, write a paper for SAJM. SAJM is by Emerald. It's a young journal. Then, but this is in gold access of Emerald. The advantage with SAJM is going to be that it serves a larger community because it's free available by Emerald. The readings are free. You don't need any subscription. And the journal is going to be then reputed indexing. So once we will have 2 volumes available, it's going to be there. Currently, we have 2 years goal for the journal. We do not have a 5-year goal. Then this is advances in emerging markets and business operations, where Asian context, emerging context, and the operations and emerging market concepts are very well applicable. Again, this is by Routledge, Taylor, and Francis. The content of this series are also Scopus indexed. This is one that can be useful to today's topic. This is review of management literature that I recently launched, and we deal only and only literature review paper in this title. I'm the founding editor-in-chief for this title, and then I have 2 managing editors, Dr. Jagrup Singh and Dr. Sakshi Khanna. So we are aiming to make this publication outlet exclusively for literature review papers. And together we always do better. Looking forward to the contribution and support from all my learning colleagues to give something to community. So be persistent. It's not a zero-sum game. You'll end up by having some publications. My best wish is to contribute more and more literature review papers to the community to help the community scholars and upcoming scholars, raising more questions to our colleagues. My best wishes. This is what little I had for the day. I welcome your suggestions, questions.
Good afternoon,
Thank you
sir.
so much, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Sir, it was very, sir, enlightening session. Thank you so much, sir.
Please, ma'am.
Sir, I have a query, sir. Few
Ma'am.
questions, sir. Can you name any tool or software which can help us in review of literature, basically in social sciences?
Yeah, Leximancer you can use. I have used Leximancer.
Leximancer.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And sir, what is the role of theory in sir model?
Very, very useful, ma'am.
Okay.
Extremely useful.
As we go
and
for
extremely important.
any research or any model, so every time we should like based it on the basis of some theory, sir?
Absolutely, it should be.
And sir,
This is
it
what I
should be
have
on
also
our
shown in the funnel, that you have a theme, you have a theory.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. So every time it should be based on our discretion, or sir, is there any rule or
No, it
according
should
to
be,
the
it should be chosen on the basis of relevance. So what is the connection that you find between your theme, concept, and the theory? So it is not what I think. It is it relevant to pick up this theory, and how this theory is relevant for the concept that I'm talking about? For
sir,
example, I'm
sir,
talking about theory of regent action.
one more box can again.
So what base I have to choose the theory of regent action?
Sir, sometimes what I feel like, sir, as I am a research scholar and I'm working on my thesis, sir, as I have taken some, sir, psychological variables affecting the consumer behavior, sir, I don't feel any, or I don't find any theory which is exactly fitting my research.
No, it doesn't happen that way. I think you must consult your research supervisor, and maybe you send me your objectives or variables that you have considered. If I'll find that okay, I can help you, will help you. But
Okay.
it doesn't happen. It means you have chosen the variables in isolation. If they are not connected to any theory or domain, it means that you have not applied a scientific technique to choose the variables. One thing is wrong. I'm sorry to say, but that's the hardcore truth. Have you applied enough depth on choosing the variables?
Okay.
Or you have just thought and taken those? What have you
Sir,
done?
thought and taken.
Yeah. So if you are not able to relate it to any theory or any particular themes, it means that you have decided about those in isolation. Sorry, but that's the fact.
Sir, now as per the conditions, sir, can I like sir, connect two or more theories, or sir?
Yeah, you can connect. You can connect two and more
Sir,
theories.
as my variables are motivation, attitude.
No, see, we will discuss about this maybe later on. I'll have to deal another questions too. I would like to have
Okay.
from
Thank you so much,
another
sir.
domain colleagues too.
Sir, we'll
And
connect
if
later.
no questions will be there, then I'll deal your question. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Uh,
Sorry, sir. Sir, good afternoon,
okay,
sir.
no problem.
Sir.
Sir, excellent session.
Sir.
Yeah, you have done all the aspects of literature review systematically,
Sir.
as given in the subtitle.
Sir.
First of all, I extend my sincere thanks to you, sir.
Sir.
Sir, you have told there is a software to do systematic literature review.
Not systematic literature review. The software will quantify the results for you.
Is it a paid version or
it's very less expensive?
Oh, less expensive.
Yeah.
Is it affordable?
Yeah, it's affordable.
Thank you very much, sir. May you repeat the name of the?
The name is Lexi Mensur.
Could you spell, sir?
Lexi, 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 MENCSCR.
Lexi NCR.
Lexi Mensur.
Lexi Mensur. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Please, sir. Any other colleague have any other questions?
Sir, no questions as such. Hearing whatever I have heard from you, I have just through that funnel of the questions which have come down. That only thing is that we should constantly be in touch with people like you, those who have knowledge. For research, yes, research, sir, knowledge and knowledgeable persons, those who can guide us, are most important. Some of the software, some of the names which we have even not heard about. So yes, that is what is lacking, sir. And I would like to be in touch with you so that I can gain something.
Please, ma'am.
Because we are staying in small places, sir. The libraries and the information we are unable to get. And
that I will not accept. Like Dr. Jitendra have said, I came from a typical small village.
Yes, sir.
I had the same resources that you have.
Yes, sir.
I had the same time that my colleagues have.
Right, sir.
And there are more people who have done, I have done nothing. There are people who have done actually better. Yes, with the same resources. So I'm sorry to say I have young colleagues too. So I won't take that resources part, that small town resources that actually do not make the difference. The person does.
Yeah, hard work always matters, sir. Hard work and the intention. Matlab, what you want to do, you can certainly, but then we have to come out of our comfort zone.
Yeah,
Right.
that is the right way. We all
Right.
will. Okay, colleagues. I had sleepless nights for years.
Right, sir. Right. That is what
And
something. Yeah.
yeah,
Listening
so
to people like you, we gain knowledge. That's what.
we need to come out of our comfort zone, and we need to take an extra mile to do that.
Right, sir. We want to achieve, I
I
think,
really
too
hope
much
that
in too
you
less
did
time.
not mind my
No, certainly not, sir. Certainly.
whatever I thought and that I should
No,
say.
certainly not, sir.
Because
Yeah, but
see, many colleagues reach out to me, and specifically PhD students, by saying that, hey, professor, you work in these journals where if I'll publish a paper, my PhD will be done. And I'm from here, I'm not getting certain things. So please help me. I do not help them that way. You should learn. You have a specific question, come to me, I'll solve it. You want to learn something, and where I can guide, I'll guide you, but you will have to do it. So
right.
I'm ready to do number of sessions, even one-to-one, whatever little time I have, and whatever time. See, my schedule is actually very tight nowadays, and one journal I have not shown is actually the top journal that I'm handling as a senior lead editor. This is International Journal of Emerging Markets, and it's a ABDC B category journal by Emerald. It's SSCI 2.5 site score. We get more than 4,000 submissions in this journal. Dealing with these many submissions and guiding every scholar is not humanly possible. I really hope that you all can understand. That's simply impossible. But yes, the people who have good questions, the people who have done some homework, I'll deal them very, very, very sincerely. I'll deal them very sincerely. I'm very active on LinkedIn. I'm very active on ResearchGate. I'm active on my emails. I deal them. If I can help, that's fine. If I can't help, I at least can tell them way that, hey, this is what you can do. That's the minimum thing that I can do. I may say that, okay, I don't know, I haven't read, but you can read it. So we need to show our conviction. We need to show our zeal. We need to learn ultimately, finally.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Please, please.
Yes.
Any more questions from participants?
Ma'am, we would just like to thank Dr. Sudhir Rana for such an informative session and insight to how we can see from a different perspective to the concept of literature review. Thank you so much, sir.
Please, ma'am, it's a pleasure.
And so one more thing I would like to say that Karnal is like a Switzerland for Haryana. I've been there in Karnal.
Okay.
So I know NDRI is there. There are many, many things which started when Haryana was formed on 1st of November 1966.
Okay. My village is approximately 45 kilometers from Karnal.
So my father would be knowing because he is a
Yeah.
retired IPS officer. So he might
Oh,
be knowing.
wonderful.
I do not know about the villages. I was a kid at that time.
Wonderful, wonderful. And you're presently working where?
So I'm working in Delhi, Maharaja Surajmal Institute.
Oh, great.
I'm an
Great.
ex-banker, worked with State Bank of India for around 6 years.
Wonderful.
Hello, sir. My name is Rendell Matthew. Thank you so much for your wonderful session. I'm grateful to you for this session because
Please,
I've
sir.
got a lot of insights, and I have two queries. One,
Sir.
if I select a niche area, say for example, maybe agri-preneurship or agri-entrepreneurship, where we don't find much articles, then can we go for UGC care list in order to have my literature review, or better stick to Scopus alone?
I would suggest.
Okay.
I would suggest, because then you will not find a global audience for your paper.
Okay. Oh, true. Understood.
Yeah.
Okay. Then one
If you
more
want to, if you want really your paper to serve the global audience and create some value addition for you at a global level, then it has to be global, isn't it?
Yes. And one more thing, sir. If I need to do a literature review, from your experience, would you be able to tell me, would you read the whole article, or will you be reading something in practical life? No,
Would
no,
a
I'm
colleague
just
like to answer? Any colleague who volunteer to answer? I'm sorry.
No,
See,
sir. No, sir.
no.
It should come from your side only, sir.
This is what I have been talking about. That
sir.
you need to create a
Yes,
funnel.
understood. No,
And
no, I'm not asking about the
you,
funnel. I understood that funnel approach and everything. And will you be going through all the articles in detail? Because many needs to ask the same question, but they
okay,
are not.
no. See, it's a friend's talk. You remember when I said that there are some papers where I know by whom this is written, where the person worked,
Yes,
when
yes.
it was written, where it was published, what are the different contributions by the author, what sample size they have taken, why they have taken it. I'm even trying to know the personal life of the people, right?
Okay, okay.
You forget about the paper. I deep dive so much that I know what, like I know them quite well, right? I need to
Yes.
follow their philosophy. I need to follow their footprints. I need to do that. And there are, I'll just tell you an instance. I was highly impressed by a scholar in my domain. Her name is Susan Douglas. And I have written a number of emails after reading her paper. And these emails were never being answered. And I wrote a final email by saying that, hey, come on, like professor, you cannot do this to me. I'm a learned scholar and I have raised multiple questions in my papers related to your papers. I also discussed your papers in my workshops and I haven't got a single reply from you. This is disappointing. You know what was the reply from the office? We haven't replied you because we would not want it to break the momentum of your motivation. Unfortunately, Professor Douglas was no more since 2013. See, this is how the deep things happen in the scholar community. You are expected to know the people, philosophies. Paper is just a document. If you are planning a big contribution, you need to understand the philosophy behind the research. So
Sir,
पेपर तो
hard work
पढ़ना ही
pays
पढ़ना
off.
पड़ेगा, पेपर तो पढ़ना ही पढ़ना पड़ेगा, मतलब ये मत बोलो कि पेपर में क्या पढ़ लूं. ठीक है, जो
Anyway.
सिंथेसाइज करने के लिए जो पेपर निकाले हैं वो तो पढ़ने ही है. You understand Hindi, right?
Yes, I understand. Anyway, thank you so much, sir. And
Easier.
what is the possibility of accepting a beginner's paper into Scopus again? Which we are all curious about, but we want to.
What is the possibility if you talk about IJEM? Our acceptance rate is 1.8, so it's like somewhere near about 99% rejection rate. Like so, and if you talk about FIP business review, the rejection rate is 95%.
But the university's demand for Scopus Index journals, then
So
why?
these are not only Scopus Index journals. These are regimentary journals. They have a future, right? They have a name. So it is like that, you buy brand. So when you buy brand, there is always a risk involved. But this is not a zero sum game. I would like to tell you something, and this something is really, really important. Everyone would like to publish with it, but nobody reads it. If you really want to publish with a journal, you need to be the reader of that journal. By the reading, you come to know that how editor works. By the reading, you'll come to know that what kind of titles are accepted. By the reading, you'll come to know that what is that I need to do in my paper to multiply my chances for acceptance. And trust me, I'll tell you one thing more. Forums like this are also important. I'm not again saying it about me, but where you find that, okay, an editor is coming, and if you're a PhD student, please don't leave any chance to attend that. Don't leave.
That is the only reason why we are here.
Yes, I'll tell you. Maybe next time when Mr. Matthew will reach out to me, I'll have a soft corner for him. Maybe I will remember, not maybe, absolutely I will remember his name. So I know that an email has come from a person whom I have interacted with sometime, somewhere. We are human beings. So we always keep that soft corner. We also keep a soft corner for the volunteers who review for our journals. So I remember we have a matrix that who have reviewed how many times and what are the kind of reviews that they give. Do they give the detailed reviews or not? I'm sorry, I have taken a lot of time. Am I running beyond time?
Yeah, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Actually,
I'm sorry.
Thank you
I'm
so much,
sorry.
sir. Thank you so much for,
Yeah.
for all
Please,
the
please, please. I'm
answers.
sorry. I'm sorry to be late. So be a reviewer, read the journals, read latest editions, cite them in your research, wherever you publish, be loyal to the journals.
Many
Yes,
are
thank
asking
you.
in the chat box.
Yeah, it is day one.
So now may I request here participants to please, I think we are running short of time and sir may have other busy
Yeah.
schedule also.
Last question. We want some contact number, maybe email ID or the contact number of Sudhir sir.
You can reach out to my dearest friend. He will provide you the details.
Bhumika, I will surely provide you the email ID of Professor Sudhir Rana.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir.
Please.
Let me thanks on the behalf of participants and organizing committee, Professor Sudhir Rana accepting my request to deliver a wonderful lecture, wonderful discussion. And I think participants gained a lot of insights, practical insights, how you can publish your paper. And as we all know, he is the editor and chief editor of many journals, many reputed journals. So even I have also enjoyed a lot personally. My gratitude, Dr. Rana, thank you very much. Many thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really good to be here. And many thanks. Thank you so much, everyone. You have been wonderful audience. And I enjoyed being here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Cheers. Enjoy. Produce good results.
Thank you
Bye-bye.
so much for
Asking
sharing.
some silly questions, sir.
Oh, no, please. No question is a silly question. Trust me. No question
Yes,
is a
sir.
silly question at all.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
No, but they do sound sometimes ridiculous.
No.
Okay, Prof.
Yes.
No. And I'm sorry. I'm not marketing it. Trust me. God has given me enough. God has been
Yes.
really kind to me. But I'm also organizing. I'm mentoring a doctoral consortium at FIB. Doctorate at FIB is in Kottatual with the University of Agder in Norway, and I'm inviting some more editor colleagues there. So if you would like to listen, you can join in, and there will be 4 to 5 good editors who are experienced than me, who are better than me, and they will be there to guide specifically early career track scholars and PhD students that how do you produce papers from your thesis? What is that expected from you? How do you balance that something that you do in your research, and how do we look and navigate to the papers? So
So which
maybe
university, sir?
this is Fortune Institute of International Business, FIIB.
Fortune Institute of
International Business, FIIB. So you can just navigate to a website. I'm sorry, can I put that, Dr. Jitendra? It is only to just help scholars. Can I put the website?
Yes, sir. No issue. You can please.
So this is www.rcdc.fib.edu.in. This is the website that you can go through. This is Research Consortium and Doctoral Curriculum. Maybe like if you're interested. Okay, good luck.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir, for accepting the invitation. And again, I would thank Jitendra Batra, sir, for inviting you, sir.
Please. He is a brother. He is a lovely friend. How can I say no to him?
Yes.
And so it was a great learning experience. My personal pickup was that being an author, we should know our role and responsibility. And obviously, the different stages and methods of writing a literature paper have been explained very beautifully in an elaborate manner. I really enjoyed that. And thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Now there's an announcement for the participants. The next session, session 3 of day 3, is scheduled at 2:30 p.m. and Dr. Sunita Sukhija would be here with us for that. All of you are requested to be there on time, that is 5 minutes prior to the scheduled session. So for now, you all may leave. Thank you so much. कुलदीप सर लीव कर दे.
यस मैम.
ओके.
हेलो दीपक यार एक
Kuldeep sir, yeah. Ma'am, AP002 मैम सुनीता मैम से का ही लॉगिन है.
Yes.
मैम ये सुनीता मैम का ही लॉगिन है AP002.
Yes, 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 ma'am.
अच्छा, वेलकम मैम.
Thank you.
वेलकम. कुलदीप, AP002 है मैम, इनको को होस्ट कर दीजिए स्क्रीन शेयरिंग के लिए. Host is requested to make Sunita ma'am co-host, please. She has login by AP002. Done. Thank you. कुलदीप सर, मुझे भी बना दीजिए co-host. Thank you. Ma'am, abhi 73, we have 73 participants right now, and the session is scheduled at 2:30. We'll start in 2-3 minutes, ma'am.
Okay, okay, no issues.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
No issues.
I think we can start now. The number of participants is above 100 now, and it is 2:30. So, with your kind permission, may I start, ma'am?
Yes, definitely. Just time now.
Okay, because it's time for that. So, dear participants and colleagues, I welcome you all onto the third session of day 3 of 6 days or 1 week online faculty training program on research methodology. And in the third session today, we are privileged to have with us Dr. Sunita Sukhija as the eminent speaker of the day. And before handing over the stage to Sunita ma'am for talking to you, let me introduce her in brief. Dr. Sunita Sukhija has a significant professional career in commerce and management and has obtained major professional qualifications such as MCom, MBA, MPhil from CDLU Sirsa, UGC NET in commerce and management, and was awarded PhD degree in business management under CDLU Sirsa in 2015. She has, to her credit, 5 edited books on commerce and management research. She has been awarded major research project on women entrepreneurship from ICSSR New Delhi. She has guided 3 PhD students. She has been chief editor of GKU Journal of Business Management and also a member of the editorial panel board of IIERIC, AARF, VNM Publications, and member of review committee of JCD Journal of Business Management and Research. Dr. Sukhija is a flourishing in teaching. She has been gaining professional satisfaction from her profession of teaching and research for more than 15 years. Her area of specialization in is finance and marketing. She has worked as Dean UCCM in Guru Kashi University, Talwandi, Sabo, Bhatinda, Punjab. Presently, she is working as assistant professor in commerce in Government National College, Sirsa. With this very brief introduction, I would request our eminent speaker to please interact with the participants. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Effectively. So I am a very simple person. So there is no need to tell so many things to me. So first of all, I would like to congratulate the whole team of FTP team of Deembandhu Chaudhuram University of Science and Sitendra Batra, Associate Professor, who is very dynamic, hardworking, and enthusiastic personality in the field of management. So, can we start today's topic? I will share my screen with you people.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. Your screen is visible, ma'am.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible.
So I have mentioned that I am the PI of ICSR research project at the benefit beneficial for all the designed collectively and individually, and their relationship with business, society, commerce, demography, economy, culture, politics.
Excuse me, ma'am. I think ma'am lost connection. There seems to be some loss of connection.
Am I visible and audible as well? Yes. Can I continue my presentation now?
Ma'am, your presentation is clear.
Okay. So it serves the basic for identifying and providing solutions to the problems around us. As we see that in Corona times, there are so many issues, the humanity, the people who are identifying, it can be the mental issues, stress level faced by the different zones or different segments of the society, like okay. Now I hope so it is okay. So the research is enriches the society. It is promoted wholeheartedly and in an unbiased manner. And we know that in Corona times, there are many different parts or segment of the society. They are facing mental issues, physical issues, stress level, you can say, or the daily jobbers or the business people. They are facing so many issues. And we see in our WhatsApp also, there are many questionnaires that we are watching. And the social scientists start the study on the problems that are here and there in our society. So that's why it is called, it is never ending or unending and continuous process. And why? And now the main question is why funding for research? As we know, between research and development and growth of the country, and we see the government which spends more on the research and development, that country will grow more. And it is, we can see that for development of databases and application of constantly changing tools and techniques for refining concepts and methods. And with the help of funds provided by the government to the social scientists for the research purpose, it helps us to explore from deductive to inductive approach, newer and newer dimensionings and their solutions. So application of constantly changing methods. Basis for intellectual capital, innovation, because having a good idea is one element. Here I am presenting the table on the R&D investment, the comparison of the different countries who have spent a lot with the different time periods. 2000, we can see from the table that China is the foremost country which spends $553.4 billion of expenditure on R&D, which is 2.19% of their GDP is 388. So China is on the topmost, followed by US, $511 billion, Japan, Germany, Korea, India. So India is on the 6th position, as we can see. It is $66.5 billion with 0.85% of their GDP, and expenditure per capita income is 39.37, which is followed by Brazil, UK, Russia, France, Taiwan, and so on. So we can see that the countries who invest more on the R&D, they will get the more development or the growth in the funding agencies. So now the classification of funding with regard to India. So there are mainly four type of fundings: government agencies, private industry, it is foundations or professional organizations, or you can say the NGOs. So agencies funding the research in social sciences in India is in various disciplines in social sciences. There are mainly three agencies that providing funds to the social in the field of social science. One base. So the financial support, either in terms of providing various fellowship or research projects, normally classified as major or minor. So there are three agencies: UGC, that has been established under UGC Act 1956, ICSS,
Sunita ma'am,
Indian Council of Social Science. Yes, yes, sir.
Sorry, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt you. Actually, one box, rectangle box, is moving in your slide, and candidates are not able to see your slide. This box.
Okay.
And further, madam, your voice is breaking. If you can change internet connection, then it would be better.
Okay. So I'm also.
You can take 2, 3, 5 minutes. No issue. You can change your internet connection because your lecture is very important. But voice is regularly breaking, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. I'll try again.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, please.
Vanshika. Vanshika.
Yes, participants, we have requested to the honorable speaker. She is arranging the things. Just wait for 2 minutes.
वो आवाज ही नहीं आ रही उन तक. So how to get.
Meanwhile, if any problem is there, if you are facing any problem regarding this FTP, you can share with us. On the behalf of organizing committee, we will try to sort out the problems which you are facing. Pandey sir, surely we will share feedback form. We will also share the feedback form of second session. No issue, sir. Any other question? Any other problem? Meanwhile, I am writing the email ID of Sudhir Rana ji. Some participants were asking in earlier session. Meanwhile, I am sharing with you. Okay, Dr. Sangeeta, thank you. Meanwhile, you may write down the email ID of Professor Sudhir Rana. I am reproducing in chat box. It is rana.sudhir, SUDHER 21 @gmail.com. Yes, participants, the email ID of Professor Sudhir Rana has been shared in chat box. You can note it down, and you can send email to him as and when you need any kind of editorial help. Any other issue related with this FTP, you can.
चैट बॉक्स में वो एवरीवन पे गया है या किसी को पर्सनली तो नहीं चला गया है? मुझे दिख नहीं रहा.
Okay, ma'am. I am again writing. Yes, it was sent to some specific person. Now let's see, Seema ma'am.
Yes, sir, it is there.
Okay, thank you. Yes, participants, you can ask for any problem. Be comfortable, learn more and more. We are trying our best.
Sir, there was a query about the exam process.
Exam will happen on Saturday, sir. It will be of objective type question, or you can say multiple choices questions will be there, MCQs will be there. You can easily, those who are attending our all sessions, they can easily solve those papers, solve those questions. Whether madam has joined, Seema ma'am?
She is not visible, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Meanwhile, you can ask. Yes, Dr. Bhavya, you are raising your hand. You can ask any question. Yes, sir. Exam will happen. Professor Raghavendra ji, you are saying right, sir. Exam will happen in post-lunch session. No issue, sir. On Saturday, it will happen after lunch. No problem, sir. Saturday, sir. Ashok Tawar, sir. Exam will happen on Saturday. I think it's 10th July, last day of this FTP. Bhavya ma'am, as far as passing marks, I think it is 50%, and criteria has been framed by AICT. 50% marks you have to secure.
जी मैम जी. Kuldeep sir is requested to make ma'am host. She has joined to make her co-host by AP002.
एक मिनट मैम अभी कर रहा हूँ.
हाँ जी.
Welcome back, ma'am.
She may not be able to unmute herself right now.
Yes, Seema ma'am. Yes, sir. Thanks for your suggestion, sir. We will take care of our feedback form. Very good suggestion, sir.
मैम किस नाम से है इनका?
AP002 कुलदीप जी.
ये लो सर हो गया देखो सर.
Ma'am, please do.
Thank you, sir. So now I would share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
And the voice is also clear or not?
Yes, ma'am, voice is clear now.
Okay. So I hope so. We should continue from the,
yes, ma'am. Please.
The topic that has been done up to the table, and now we came directly to the topic, that is classification of funding, government agencies, private industry, foundations, and professional organizations. Yes. So there are mainly 3 agencies in India that are providing financial support, either in terms of various fellowship or research projects. University Grant Commission, that has been established under the UGC Act 1956. Indian Council of Social Science Research, established in 1969. And ICHR, Indian Council of Historical Research, New Delhi, in the year 1972. So in addition to the funding and auxiliary support for research, the agencies are also supporting the educational pursuits, extended scholarship in general, women, SC, ST, person with disability, and minority in particular. So the idea behind such endeavor is to make entire gamut of research all inclusive, to build the capacity to contribute to the research. So various capacity building and training programs are also have been added or sponsored by these agencies to promote the aptitude and quality of the research. So first of all, University Grant Commission, we will discuss the different fellowships, scholarships, and research projects. It is a tripod system. So first of all, we will take major research projects. Yes, is it okay or not?
Yes, ma'am.
Audible, ma'am.
Yeah. So in almost all the areas of humanities related to literature, pure sciences, languages, engineering, technology, pharmacy, medical, agriculture. So UGC provides in all areas, whether social science or science field, and the objective is to promote excellences in research and development. And eligibility wise, permanent, regular, retired teacher will be as PI, principal investigator, in the university and the colleges covered under section 12B of the UGC Act. One teacher can get one project at a time. After completion of one project, there should be a gap of 1 year for another project, and the PI should publish 2 papers in a reputed journal related to the topic of the major project. Retired teacher can apply up to the age of 67 years and must have a co-investigator from the affiliating institution or the department. And the institution department should have research facilities. As the nature of the assistance or the amount of the assistance, rupees 15 lakh up to 5 to 15 lakh will be financially sanctioned in the field of social sciences, science, languages, literature, art, law, or allied disciplines, and up to 20 lakh for science disciplines like engineering, technology, pharmacy, and allied disciplines. And the commission will provide assistance for equipment, books, journals, project fellow hiring, travel, and field work. And related to retired teacher, they will get an honorarium of rupees 18,000 per month till the age of 70 years. After that, beyond that age, they are not able to get it. And the time period for the research, major research project is up to 3 years. And the second one is minor research project. As we know that minor research project, the financial limit for the social science subjects is rupees 3 lakh, and for the science field or engineering or technology related allied fields, it is rupees 5 lakh. And UGC will provide assistance to universities and colleges
And for the college particularly, it is under the section 2F12B of the UGC Act 1956. It means these sections will help or they will grant the colleges to get the financial aid. Otherwise, if they are not affiliated with under section 2F12B, they are not able to get the financial sanctions from the UGC. So as per the eligibility, permanent and regular working teachers, they assistant professors, they can get the minor research project. Only the teaching faculty of library science and a physical education, they are also participate in the scheme as well. And colleges, university institutions forwarding the proposal should have adequate research facilities. And the time period for the minor research project is 2 years, up to 2 years. So retired teachers, they can also apply up to the age of 67 years as a co-PI, not a PI. And after completion of one project, there should be a gap of 1 year. Procedure for applying, we can see that they have to submit a minor research proposal during the year from 1st April to 31st July. But due to Corona, now the time period is not prescribed by the UGC. That is a new notification. We are waiting for that also. So they can submit the performa in the regional offices of the UGC. They are located at Bhopal, Kolkata, Guwahati, Hyderabad, Bangalore, and Pune at Delhi. The same address of Delhi. And procedure for approval. The proposal duly forwarded by the colleges will be assessed through the subject expert committee by the UGC at the regional meeting and availability of the funds under the scheme. Or it is for the colleges. If we talk about the university people, so the university will provide the minor research project with their research funds. So for the university assistant professor, if they want to get the minor research project, they have to approach their R&D development fund. They will not approach to the UGC. Taking that, first of all, emeritus scholarship or fellowship, you can say, to provide an opportunity to superannuated teachers or the teachers who are going to retire or they are having the specialized knowledge in the university or colleges. They also can get the fellowship with the following conditions. If they are in the university or the college, they have to be under section 2F12B, deemed to be universities or university institutions financed by center, institutions of national importance. Search, published work contributed by the teachers in his or her career, and they can get amount 31,000 per month and a contingency grant of rupees 50,000 per year. And it has been awarded on the basis of recommendation of the expert committee. And the second fellowship is PDF, DSR PDF. It is Dr. Radhakrishnan postdoctoral fellowship in humanities. So for this, eligibility is the candidate should be unemployed. It means if you are not in regular employment, only then you can apply for the PDF, postdoctoral fellowship. And age should be below 35 years. 5-year relaxation for the SC, ST or women or person with disability. And for general, 55% in marks in UG and 60% marks in PG is required. But relaxation of 5% is for the SC, ST, women or person with disabilities given 50% and 55% respectively in the UG as well as in the PG. NOC from the university. Transgenders, this is a new clause that has been added, that genders are also eligible. Guide and from consent of the guide from the already, that should be from the not below the associate professor level. So amount of the fellowship is 38,800 in first year, and for the second year is 40,300 and 41,900 in the 3 years. It means it can be PDF can be up to the 3 years. And the export or reader allowance, as we know, to rupees 2,000 per month for the person with disability. That is added now in the every scholarship for the person with disability. Third fellowship is postgraduate Indira Gandhi scholarship scheme for single girl child. So for any non-professional education, only to recognize this fellowship. So the age limit, girls up to the age of 30 years. At the time of admission, they are eligible. And next one is postdoctoral fellowship for women candidate. Women candidate, there is a separate scholarship PDF for the women candidate, and here the women should be unemployed, and they should have awarded the PhD degree. Only that PDF will be allowed. Age should be 55 years on the date of, should not be 55 years from the date of application. 5-year relaxation is given to SC, ST, OBC or person with disability, women candidate only. And as per the marks, UG 55% and for PG it is 60%. And in the special categories, the 5% relaxation, 50 and 55% is provided. Duration of the PDF is 5 years, and fellowship amount is 38,800 for 2 years and 46,500 for the remaining years. And for the person with disability, 2,000 per month escort or reader allowances is given. Then UGC fellowships, as we see JRF and SRF. Now the rates has
Seema ma'am.
Anchi sir, there again seems to be some disconnection issue at ma'am's end.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Participants, there may be some problem from internet connection. In internet connection, don't worry. We are trying to resolve it as soon as possible. Seema ma'am, please connect with Sunita ma'am.
I'll call. Meanwhile, can we share feedback link, sir?
Kuldeep ji?
I'm calling her. मैम अभी फिर से connect कर रही हैं. She is connecting again. So participants are requested to please stay connected. Ma'am is joining again. Kuldeep sir, please be vigilant. As soon as ma'am logs in, please make her co-host. There seems to be some internet, there is some internet issue at ma'am's end. So participants are requested to stay connected. She'll be joining in 2 minutes.
Ma'am, she had joined.
Okay.
AP002.
AP002. Kuldeep sir, please make her co-host. Kuldeep sir.
Ma'am, please.
I'm calling.
Please unmute yourself, ma'am. Sunita ma'am.
Sir, maybe she may not be able to because she is not the co-host. AP ma'am को दिख नहीं रहा. AP002 नहीं हुआ सर. Done.
Welcome back, ma'am. I think there was some internet issue.
Yes, there is a totally Wi-Fi campus, but I
co-host नहीं आ रहा मैम को.
Hope so. Today is an important day, and there is a problem.
Ma'am, you may not be seeing the share screen option.
That on your part, host disabled participant screen sharing.
Yes, ma'am. Actually,
that's why I'm not able to.
There is some issue. He's trying to make you co-host, but there is some issue this time.
Okay. So I'm waiting. No issue.
Yeah.
I hope so. The screen is visible to you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The screen is visible, ma'am.
Okay. Let me start for onwards. UGC fellowship, as we see that it is the scholarship which is provided to the NET candidates, NET JRF candidates, whether it is related to the social science or science, you can say. And the next one is Rajiv Gandhi National Fellowship for SC/ST. So JRF, when the people, the SC/ST category will not get the JRF, then there is a chance for those SC/ST candidates and they want to do PhD in science, social science, humanities, engineering or technology. Normally it is given for initially for 2 years, but on the recommendation of the committee, it can be extended up to the 5 years, and before the expiry of 2 years, it should be permission taken and for 1 year, and before the expiry of 3 years, it is extended for the another period of 2 years. And the financial assistance we can see for the science, social science field, it is 16,000 for 2 years, and for the remaining 3 years, it is 18,000 and 10,000 contingency per annum, 20,000 contingency for social sciences. That we can see that is available on the site as well also. And a sport and reader allowance, assistance, and HRA as per the university or institution. So those candidates who are not able to avail JRF, so SC/ST people can get Rajiv Gandhi National Scholarship. After that, Maulana Azad National Fellowship for minority students. It is same like JRF also. So prior clearance of CSI or NET is a main prerequisite. Candidates should belong to minority, Muslim, Christian, Sikh, Buddhist, Parsi, Jain under Section 2C of National Commission Minority Act 1992. Certificate of minority should be in form of legal valid affidavit issued by state or UT government. Candidate should be a regular full-time student of MPhil PhD course in an institution. So here it is must for the candidate to get himself enrolled for MPhil or the PhD. Annual income of the candidate should not exceed ₹6 lakh and minimum 55% at PG level, and transgenders are also eligible. It has been added recently. And the fellowship 31,000 as per the JRF, 31,000 for initial 2 years. When it is remaining 3 years, it can be 35,000. And there is some annual 10,000 per annum contingency for the humanities, and for science side it is 12,000 and 25,000. A sport allowance as per it has been added. After that, PG merit scholarship for university rank holders provided by the UGC URH, PG Indira Gandhi scholarship for single girl child, Ishan Uday for northeastern region. It is 1 lakh scholarship provided to the weaker section of the northeastern region. Here 1 lakh scholarship are given to the people whose income is less than 4 lakh per year. So for those there is the amount of rupees 54,000 per month for the general degrees, or for the technical field 7,800 per month up to the tenure of the degree, or the PG degree you can say, for the 2 years they can get it, they can avail it. After that, PG scholarship for professional courses for SC/ST candidates, and these notification, these are the recent schemes, and these notification has been issued up on the 30th October 2020. So from the last year onwards, these scholarship, PG scholarship has been added by the UGC. The next initiative, these are the recent initiative taken by the UGC in the field of research. Prime Minister Research Fellowship. So PMRF, it has been designed for the improving of the quality of research in various high educational institutions in the country with attractive fellowship, and it has been announced in the year of 2018-19, budget 18-19, and but the problem is here, all IITs, it is not related to the social sciences, but it is availed by the IITs, IISER, it is Indian Institute of Science, Science Education and Research, and IISE is Indian Institute of Industrial System Engineering. So mainly technical field that the people, they can avail the Prime Minister Research Fellowship. The next one is National Fellowship for Person with Disabilities. So the person with disabilities who want to do MPhil or PhD, MPhil for 2 years and PhD for 5 years, they can avail the fellowship also up to ₹25,000 for initial 2 years, and for remaining period 28,000 per month. Contingency per annum, that is given 10,000 and 25,500. 20,500. Contingency for the engineering 12,000, 25,000. Reader allowance as per the, or HRA as per the government norms. And it is the most recent advancement in the research initiated by the Indian government, that is TRIDE, Transdisciplinary Research for Social Inclusion. It means when the problems come in the society and transdisciplinary research is required, not only the engineering, but there can be the other fields also. So there's 2 or 3 disciplines, they make the stride possible, or they make the research possible. So it includes innovation and entrepreneurship, inclusive innovation to create, develop or integrate new ideas, concepts, practices for strengthening of the society. And STRIDE will focus on solutions driven for addressing the need of local, regional communities and national priorities. So STRIDE will support the following: social relevant, local need based, national important and globally significant. So here we can see like from the city level to the state, then national and then global level. And there are the components of the research in the STRIDE: research capacity building and human resource development in colleges and universities of all disciplines up to 3 years. Component second includes transdisciplinary research, inclusive innovation for the development of the humans in all disciplines, duration up to 3 years, and high impact transdisciplinary research in humanities and social sciences, including history. There are so many fields of the social sciences. It is a wide spectrum. So here the grant amount is very good. It is up to 1 crore rupees. They can get the institution or the universities or the colleges can get. Colleges can get up to 50 lakhs and universities can get up to 1 crore for development of the projects or for the students, for the teachers, for the research capacity building centers. So STRIDE is very good initiative and very innovative concept that we can utilize. So these are the schemes that are given by the UGC in the field. It has been established in 1969 by the central government, and it provides grant for projects, fellowship, international collaboration, capacity building, survey, publications. It also provides NASDOC. It means Document Center for Library and Information Support for Researchers, and ICSSR Data Service. It means it has tie up with the Ministry of Statistics to we can get the data from directly from the ICSSR Data Service as well. So we will discuss the detailed projects, includes research projects, fellowship, international collaborations, capacity building training, survey and publications. And the second part is documentation center. And the third part is ICSSR data service. So research projects mainly like the UGC, here the ICSR cover the colleges which are not covered under the UGC, and the institutions or the PIs or the teachers who are not able to get UGC projects, they can avail the facility of the ICSSR as well. Here the objective is to support high quality of independent research, prepare future researchers, contribute, develop theoretical and methodological approach, maintain and support interdisciplinary research, foster and promote collaborative multidisciplinary research, and facilitate communication of research output. It means ultimately the suggestions made by the researchers that is included in the different ministries to taken care of the problems or the policy purposes. So there are two categories of projects. Research program. Research program are related to research organizations, and here amount is 15 to 50 lakh, and they have to be required to be affiliate with the regional centers or the ICSSR research institutes. Only institution or organizations can get the funding up to rupees 50 lakhs. And the second category is major and minor research projects. For the major research projects, the time period is 24 months, and for the minor 6 months to 12 months. And the amount also for the major research projects, amount is rupees 5 lakh to 15 lakh, and for the minor research projects from 6 months to 12 months, and amount is up to 5 lakh. So we will talk research projects in a bit detail. So eligibility, all government funded institutions, all private institutions with 12B, retired teachers, if they have to associate with any institution, ICSR or any government institutions, senior government officers or defense officers. It is a new clause that has been added in the ICSSR scholarship, not less than 25 years of experience and or service, you can say. An individual can apply for 2 projects, but they will avail only one at a time. They have to retain only one, and their mail ID that has been seen in the PPT as well. So procedure is there is a committee of expert, and the candidate have to make a presentation, and the budget has also been mentioned. Research staff 45%, field work, books, journal 35% of the budget, equipment or software 10%, contingency 5%, publication 5%, and affiliating institution to get 7.5 or 5% overheads as the case may be. So fellowships, the next category. Fellowship is, the objective is to provide opportunities to social sciences to engage their time in the independent research in their respective fields, and to assist young scholars having potential and competence to work on the full-time research and to support doctoral students. So here fellowship are not only the doctoral fellowship, there are categories are 4 categories: national, senior, postdoctoral or doctoral. So as we are in the mid of our career, we can avail we are not as we are in the teachers, so we can go for the postdoctoral or the senior or the national fellowship that we can avail. Doctor only for the initial teachers or the mainly the unemployed people, they can get it. So national fellowship are awarded to eminent Indian social scientists that has recognized to their scholarly contribution and provide opportunity to engage themselves in full-time research, and that there are broad disciplines: economics, management, cultural, socio-sanskrit, socio-philosophical, political science, international studies, public administration, socio-psychology. It means all social science field, modern social history, media studies, library science. So there are so many fields in which national fellowship can be availed. And there are specific and non-specific fellowship that we can avail. Specific fellowship includes like Mahatma Gandhi fellowship on the for studies on peace building, social reforms, empowerment. Jawaharlal Nehru National Fellowship for studies on state, democracy, governance, public policy, leadership. B.R. Ambedkar Fellowship, National Fellowship for studies on constitutionalism and social science justice. J.P. Nayak Maulana Azad Fellowship for studies on religion and society. Sarvapalli Radhakrishna Fellowship for studies on education and philosophy. APJ Abdul Kalam Fellowship for science and public policy. So here we can see there are many. If your field is related to women's studies, you can avail Sarojini Naidu National Fellowship for Women's Studies. If your studies on related to society, religion, nationalism, you can avail Swami Vivekanand National Fellowship. So there are specific categories regarding, including this, there are non-specific categories also. So which is related to all other things rather than these things, they can be availed. So now the eligibility. So we are here to be on the national scholarship or the fellowship level. So renowned retired Indian social scientist. It means you have to be retired, and you have not who have not availed an ICSSR national scholarship earlier. they are eligible to be nominated. The nominee should have outstanding academic work and significant amount of high quality research. Senior government and defense officer with experience of 25-year regular service, they also can avail. And a fellow is required to affiliate himself to ICSR Research Institute or Institute of National Importance approved by MHRD. And nomination procedure. Here, direct application of national scholarship will not be considered. So here nominations will be invited by ICSR each year from the Vice Chancellor of the public funded central or state universities. So there is a particular demand for the nominations by the ICSR to the Vice Chancellors, and nominating individuals should not forward more than 2 nominations against a poll. And all nominations should be accompanied by a CV of the scholar with abstract of 10 best publication, 1000 words of research proposal. It should be reached to the official address of the ICSSR. Then procedure for award. As I told you, direct application of national scholarship will not be considered, and the award will be given. Nominations are initially scrutinized and shortlisted by ICSR expert committee. Then shortlisted scholars will be requested to submit detailed proposals. Then recommendations of the selection committee are placed before the council for its approval. Duration is it is a full-time research work. It is for the 2 years, and the value of the fellowship is 60,000 per month, and contingency grant is also 60,000 per annum up to 2 years. So national fellowship also to engage or to do more in the field of social sciences. After that, second category is senior fellowship. It is more than PDF or higher than PDF. So the scholar must not be less than 45 years or should not more than 70 years of age. Scholar must possess PhD degree in social science discipline, and senior government defense officers, they should have 25 years of regular experience, and the fellow is required to affiliate himself or herself ICSR Research Institute or any MHRD institution, government research institution, any university affiliating institutions, or the scholar may be affiliated to any ISC-SSR regional center also. And faculties with the universities and colleges also can apply for the senior fellowship. And how to apply? There's a normal procedure, advertisement on ICSSR website, and if required, they can publish on the newspaper as well. And then online application should be submitted before the last date. Procedure same procedure followed. There is expert committee that make initial screening, and then shortlisted candidate will be called for the presentation, and after that, after interaction, the expert committee make recommendation for the award of the fellowship. So duration of the fellowship is for the 2 years, and here the value of fellowship is 40,000 per annum. Contingency grant and 40,000 per month is for the 2 years is granted for the national fellowship. Then PDF postdoctoral fellowship. It is mainly after the PhD degree, if the candidate is unemployed and young and talented and who want to do the postdoctoral fellowship, they can avail. There are a broad discipline that has been mentioned: economics, management, commerce, social linguistics, general studies, public administration, social history, media studies, library science, environmental studies, political science, all social science field and their allied field as well, allied discipline as well. Eligibility, here the age limit is there, scholar should not be more than 45 years, and relaxation of 5 years is given to SC/ST categories or person with disability or women candidates, and they have to be fellow has to be required to affiliate himself any ICSR institution or any government university, deemed university, and funds are transferred to the affiliating institution or registrar of the university, or in case of colleges, principal funds will transfer to the principal account and they will taken care of the amount. For the application purpose, their application will be invited through an advertisement on ICSR website and other media channels if they require, if they need so. And hard copy of the application along with all enclosures will be with research proposal that should be submitted in Hindi or in English. Unicode languages will be there. Then procedural award, the same is expert committee will mainly scrutinize it, screen it, and then interaction or presentation from the candidate side, and the expert committee will recommend for the award to the ICSSR. Duration, PDF duration is 2 years and 31,000 per month fellowship, and contingency grant is 25,000 per annum. Doctoral fellowship, it is provided under 4 categories: central administrator full-term doctoral fellowship, full-term doctoral fellowship, centrally administered short-term doctoral fellowship, or centrally administered contingency grant. It means first category is when the candidate have affiliate himself with the college or the university, and full-time doctorate, he is the PhD topic, full-time he has to be PhD registration is must under the RDC of the approved college, and the PhD topic must have been confirmed. So it is a full-time doctoral fellowship is that can be availed. Net, SLET or MPhil is the main condition. Without net, you are not able to avail the doctoral fellowship, and should not more than 40 years of age, and additional full-time doctoral fellowship administered by ICSR is centrally administered short-term fellowship. It means when you already registered with the PhD, but in between you need the funds, so then you can apply for the short-term fellowship, or the last category is contingency grant. You can also avail the contingency grant for the purpose of field trip, survey, stationery, computer consumer related expenses. So not only full time, but also you can short term. It means in between you can avail for the purpose of data collection from the ICSR site. After that, participation in international seminar or conference. It means if you want to attend or participate in international conference or seminar out of India, then you can send the main PhD or PDF scholars. They have to be there. If they are in the advanced stage of their research, they are also eligible to avail this fellowship, or you can say participation in expenses for the international experience. They can also apply for the being invited or chosen are not supposed to attend that, or they are not allowed. So how to apply? Applications are received online throughout the year. The application should be sent. It means if the seminar are March or the April. So the ICSR in no case will entertain any application after participation in the seminar or the conference. It means prior avail this facility from the ICSR Research Institution of national importance, defined by HRD Ministry, university, deemed university, colleges, or here UGC having a PhD are eligible to apply. PhD or PDF scholars are also eligible to apply. Only those application will be considered for assistance under the section in India stating non-availability of desired data that that the candidate has to show. The letter from the libraries from mission to access it also. Finalized schedules of primary secondary data to be collected and academic justification for the field of visit, especially when primary sources are available on online. So the applications which are not approved will not be considered. So how to apply applications that can be online throughout the year. Seminar, conferences. So seminar proposal collaborative seminar. So here 3 categories. So here eligibility is the organization institution to which the grant shall be released should be from the ICSR Research Institute or the any university, deemed university, college recognized by the UGC, yani 2F12B, that permission of 2F12B. So here regular faculty having PhD degree can apply as convener or co-convener of the seminar or conference. PhD or PDF scholarship scholars are not eligible to apply as convener because they are already availing the fellowship. Then, however, they can permit it to be part of the organizing committee. So an individual who have given grant to organize national or international seminar can apply after a gap of 1 financial year. Then international collaboration. Here, all applications for financial assistance have to be made on the prescribed format. Here the formats are given. For cultural exchange program, along with the following annexures. Annexure 1, abstract of proposal by visit under cultural exchange program. Annexure 2, brief CV of applicant. Annexure 3, full-length proposal of for which assistance is sought, not more than or exceeding 5,000 words. The proposal should contain formulation of the problem, spell out the research question, objective, conceptual or theoretical issues, research design. Annexure form duly attested SC/ST person with benchmark disability. Annexure 5, work plan, and Annexure 6, format for forwarding of application through the institutions. So all application forms should be submitted in soft copy, either through mail or through hard copy as well of the application, along with annexures enclosures to be sent. On the whenever there is an invitation through an open call for the ICSSR website. The next one is training and capacity building. research method course, RMC, or capacity, CBP, capacity building program. So the aim of these course to enhance methodology, research methodology or writing for the PhD students, research methodology course, capacity building program for assistant professors for the research in social sciences. Here the eligibility for the organization is, so the institution that is prescribed by UGC, ICSR, university, Indian university, deemed university, government research institutes having proven research capacity and resources. Next help that we can get from the ICSR is survey and publications. It means for the publication grant and subsidy for publication of thesis, research report, paper presented, seminar, or the conferences. So we can get this help from the ICSR in grant in aid for professional association, organization, social scientists, including university, colleges, institution for publication, running of their research journals. They can also get the publication subsidy or the grant from the ICSR. NASDOC. Facilities available at NASDOC. Here documentation, library and reference service, collection of unpublished doctoral dissertations, literature search service, bibliography on demand, e-resources for ICSR research institutes, professional skill development and networking, current affairs service, document delivery service, internet facility to access e-resources in social sciences, and ICSSR publications, sales and distributions. I am audible or not? I just want to know.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible, ma'am.
Okay. So I have to, should I continue?
Yeah, ma'am, sure, ma'am.
Okay. The next facility, ICSR data service. So here I was mentioning, if you need the data, we can approach to the ICSR data service also. So it is a culmination of signing of MOU between the ICSSR and Ministry of Statistics and Program Input. So the MOU provides the setting up of ICSR data service, which include data from MOSPI that has been mentioned, and ICSR data service include social science and statistical data of various national level surveys on debt and investments, enterprise survey, employment, unemployment, housing, households, consumer expenditure, healthcare. So main aim of this facility or this service is to facilitate data sharing, accessibility and reuse of social science research data, and the entire social science community in India and abroad. So the information of InfibiliNet, the library network, is also available for this data service. And the last one is new initiative, that is ICSR is IMPRESS. IMPRESS is Impactfully Policy Research in Social Sciences. Here, impactfully policy research has added in social sciences, and the broad theme area are growth, macro trade, economic policy, agriculture, rural development, health, environment, science, social media, technology, politics, norms, interest in social welfare.
I think again there is a network issue. Jitendra sir,
Yes, ma'am.
ma'am is not there, na?
Yes, yes, she is there. She has joined.
Okay, join back.
Please continue, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. So under the impress is tie up with the National Research Council of Thailand, Bangkok, collaboration of research in the field of social science research. So it is ICSR invite research proposals from Indian scholars engaged in social science may require visiting Thailand for collection of research material or interaction with experts for the specific research. The theme they have signed an MOU, Indian Thailand joint interest concern, agriculture transformation, integrated health and wellness, trade in good and service, I text. So the PhD student is projects that are given by the ICSR. And the third institution is, it is the system established in 1972. It promotes or accelerates and coordinates research history with special emphasis on the area of history. Bring historians together and bring a forum for exchange of views among them, and national direction to an objective and scientific writings of history and having a rational presentation and interpretation of history. Here are two regional centers, Northeastern Regional Center, Guwahati, and Southeast Regional Center, Bangalore. The same facility as the ICSR has been provided. ICHR provides in the field of history or historical monuments, artwork. It includes the following are the grants awarded by the councils are JRF, postdoctoral PDF fellowship, Gurukul fellowship, senior SRF fellowship, research projects, contingencies. It includes study cum travel grant, foreign travel grant, publication subsidy, seminar, workshop, conference grant. All are same. Only the third point, Gurukul fellowship, it is different from ICSR projects. So here I have included only one Gurukul fellowship. It is a good program by the ICHR. ICHR Gurukul fellowship will be keeping with the ancient traditional knowledge and thus will be consisted of two components. I mean, two mainly eminent renowned scholars in Indian history and culture with an outstanding experience of excellence in the subject around 70 years of age, which will be called Guru, and his disciples, who will be the next to him. The disciple will be a meritorious scholar who has obtained PhD degree and equivalent from a recognized institution or university. And Guru would be selected by a search cum selection committee constituted by chairman, ICHR. He would suggest a panel of 3 young scholars who fully meet the educational and experience and send this panel along with copies of all necessary supporting documents to the member secretaries. It means one is Guru who has specialized knowledge, and under him 3 disciples will be selected or young scholars. Among them, one will be selected. So these are the funding agencies under the ministries: Ministry of Ayush, Ministry of Environment, Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, Ministry of Food Processing, Ministry of Power, Central Power Research Institute, Ministry of Water Resources, Department of Education, Science and Technology. And here are many national bodies, as we can see in the slide. RBI, it is Institute of Economic Growth, Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts, New Delhi, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, Indian Council for Cultural Relations. These institutions also provide fellowship, scholarship from time to time. They specify on their website or on their newspapers. Thank you. Any queries, please, if anybody want to ask. Thank you from my side.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. The session is open for discussions or queries. Jitendra sir, you want to say something?
Yes, ma'am. Before that, I think we should take care of some questions were there, some queries were there. Just a minute, ma'am. One Vel Kumar was asking, ma'am, could you please explain more about minority fellowship level of amount, procedure to apply, and from where we can get more information about minority fellowships?
From time to time, UGC, you have to visit the website of the UGC. From time to time, UGC has notified many schemes for the minorities. So here I mentioned the PG scholarship, PDF scholarship for the minorities. That is particularly given by the UGC. So time to time, UGC, you have to search for the UGC websites. Even ICSR website also. Any other question from the audience side? Yes, please. Your question will tell that have you listened or not. So kindly ask as many questions you are comfortable.
Yes, sure. Kuldeep ji? Kuldeep ji?
Hello?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir. You can ask, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, this session is very useful to researcher who want to continue even after the completion of PhD. Madam has given so many resources and the sources of funding, etc. Ma'am, I appreciate and extend on behalf of all the participants and thanks to you, ma'am, and the organizer. Yeah, ma'am. Regarding the
Thank
question,
you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So regarding the question, ma'am, what are the different stages of screening?
Sir, mainly when the proposal is submitted to any UGC or the ICSSR, then that proposal is screened by the expert panel of the expert committee of the UGC. If we say we have applied for the UGC projects or the fellowship, so all the applications will be scrutinized by the expert 7 members of the expert panels, and after that selected mainly the people, their research proposal is related to the society concern or for the benefit of the humankind. Those will be selected. Like nowadays we can see that I have got also a project on the entrepreneurship, women entrepreneurship, and like these there are many research proposals which are related to society concern and which are innovative also. The more the innovative the proposal is, the chances are more to get selected. So then after the scrutiny of the projects, the expert panel, they will call for the presentation. You have to make us brief slides of your proposals and you have to present to the before the expert panels. And if it is good and they find it comfortable, they also check the personality of the person also who is.
Ma'am, Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Ma'am, by experience, you might have aware of the things should not be done for getting the funds with the less difficulties. Could you tell us so that we can get the fund by submitting or doing appropriate activities?
Yes, sir. Due to poor connection, I was not able to listen. Can you repeat your question, sir?
Yeah, ma'am. By experience, you might have know the things which we should do and we should not do to get the funding for doing the project. Could you share with us? Then it will help us to get the funds with the less difficulties.
Mainly innovative projects. Only the innovative idea will get more easy, more prone to get the research, and confidence, your personality, your brief proposal, effective writing. These are the main ingredients. And when you face the panel, your body language also matters. So these are the minor things, but you have to take care all of the things. And if we talk about, there are almost from India, there are many hundreds of or thousands of the
Seema ma'am.
Yes, sir.
I think she is not audible.
best recently all the things.
There she is.
Okay.
Yes, anything else you want to know, sir?
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was so nice. All the all the information related to different types of fellowships and projects, granting agencies, and on one single platform. And for PDFs, for PhDs at different levels, all the type of information was available to our participants at a single platform. So certainly, and it was like we are there since last 3 days, it was certainly a very different presentation, different type of information was shared, and I'm sure it must be very of much importance to our fellow participants.
So what I think, so here I want to mention, as being teacher or academician, we should know and we should guide our junior teachers to our students to avail. There are so many scholarship, fellowships, or the projects that are around us, but only to need to find out that. So always we should have add our knowledge, and it should be given to our juniors also.
Yes, certainly. My personal experience has been that, ma'am, as you said yourself, that whatever the projects, those are related to mankind for the betterment of society, those are certainly accepted. Presentation is another thing. That is my personal experience. And so I agree to all your words, ma'am. And it was certainly a great presentation. Now I would invite Jitendra sir for a vote of thanks. Sir, please.
Thank you, Seema ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Sunita, for a wonderful session. You have elaborated each and everything.
Thank you, sir. But what I feel, so there's some poor connectivity. And
that is out of our control, ma'am. We can't do anything. These are some systematic errors.
Yes, sir.
So thank you very much. Surely, I hope all of our participants gained a lot, and with the funds are very important for research, because age matters. You are doing your research after 20-25 years, and at that time you have also have to manage your family and so many other things. Money is very important, and research is very expensive. So with these words, thank you very much, ma'am. I have joined your session and gained new insights from your side. Your each and every word was very important. Thank you very much, ma'am. On the behalf of organizing committee, we all are thankful to you. Please share your PPT.
Sir, I am overwhelmed, sir.
Sir, ma'am has sent her PPT already.
Okay.
Sent it in prior.
I think we should wind up our today's sessions.
Yes.
At this point.
Yes, sir. As per the ma'am says, Seema ma'am says, if ma'am will permit us, then we will wind up.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You may leave the meeting, ma'am. Thank you so much. So much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. So, dear participants, the announcement for you is that please be on time for the day 4. 3 sessions will be there.
Seema ma'am, you are not audible. Seema ma'am, you are not audible, ma'am.
Sir, am I?
Dear participants, now you can leave, please. See you tomorrow at 9:50. Thank you very much to all of you.
I will now.